Yes, hello, welcome to Friday Night Boxing on Box Nation. Yes, that's right, we are back here at British Boxing's spiritual home. There is a magic in the air at this venue. I'm delighted to be in the company of the one and only Mr. Gareth A. Davis, aka Gad, and the future world champion, Mr. Ezra Taylor. How about it? How are we, gents?
Very good, it's great to be here, as you say, the spiritual home of boxing, British boxing or English boxing in East London. So many great nights here, and we're going to have another one tonight, Dev.
No, we certainly are. The headline tonight, Kaisy Kadhemi versus Ryan Farrag, Commonwealth title fight at super flyweight, an absolute cracker. We'll talk a little bit more about that very shortly, but let me just talk about here, where we are. There's magic. You can smell it. I think that's it. Anyway, it's the magic, right, Gareth? You've been here so many times.
It is the magic, and I was here in 2011 when Box Nation launched with that extraordinary fight between Liam Walsh and Paul Appleby. A 10-round war. Walsh down in the 7th round, coming back and stopping his opponent. What a launch for Box Nation. So it's almost full circle for Box Nation. So many great fighters have fought here, the biggest names in our sport. Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, David Hay. And I believe Mr. Ezra Taylor has fought here before.
Mr. Ezra Taylor, add that name to the list, man. Yeah, it's an iconic place. It's historic. Like he said, Dev, you can smell it in the air. I don't know if it's blood. I don't know if it's testosterone.
I thought it was Gareth.
It's no comment on that one.
No.
But yeah, man, it's an amazing place. I love coming here all the time. It's always hot, even when it's cold. You know, the atmosphere is amazing. I've been in the ring before. I've been here. You know, I know what it takes. I know what it's like, and it's good, man. I'm looking forward to a good night of boxing. It's
special, as we say. So many future stars have boxed here. Ezra Taylor, very much an upcoming star as well. Is there anything in particular, say away from the main event, that's caught your eye tonight? Anyone we should look out for, Gareth?
Well, Courtney Bennett is a very young, unbeaten star at heavyweight. Looking forward to seeing him fight. I like this kid, Frankie, Davey, who's undefeated with Barry Smith and Ben Davison out of that stable. Obviously the main event, which we'll come to, but Jack McGann makes his comeback after knocking out Roberto Duran Jr. in Saudi and then being knocked out in a shock defeat to Louis Green in both fights involving a name by Nagano.
Well, that's it. This is the first time that Jack McGann has had to bounce back from a defeat, but not just any defeat. It was on the grandest stage of them all, and he got done in a round by Louis Green. He's got so much to prove. What must be going through his head, Ezra? You've not suffered a loss, thankfully, at this point in your career, but there must be a lot of thoughts going through Jack McGann's head. Yeah,
from what I think, he'd probably be going through a lot. I can't lie, he's probably fighting demons right now, but it's probably better to be at a stage like this. Your call is still probably going to give you a better atmosphere. It's probably going to get you more rearing to go, and you know, he's got something to prove, and you know, a fighter who's got something to prove is a dangerous fighter.
There's a little bit of jeopardy in Lucas Barabash's opponent as well, of course, coming off a knockout win coming to this. He's a journeyman. We expect Jack McGann to get back on the horse tonight and get a win under his belt, and I understand the promotional team, Warren Boxing Management, want to get him into a British title fight as soon as possible.
Cannot blame them. Let's speak to a member of Warren Boxing Management, Mr. Ollie Bessel. Fist bump on the way in. And Ollie, I mean, let me just get your thoughts on the main event. Kaisy Kadhemi, very much, he's like the main guy at Warren Boxing Management. He's like the flag bearer. Big, important night for him.
You know, it's a huge career-defining moment for Kaisy. It didn't go his way in January. He fought for the IBO world title. Didn't go the way he or we wanted it to go. So tonight he's back. Commonwealth title opportunity. Very, very strong, experienced opponent in front of him. And it's make or break for Kaisy. We're making no bones about this. He wins, he'll get himself back in title contention, world title contention. If he loses, where does he go from here? So big night for Kaisy. But your call, Box Nation, it's back. What a huge night this is going to be.
Very dangerous fight for Kaisy Kadhemi tonight, in my view. Ryan Farrag, vastly experienced. It's the experience that might upset him tonight. A win over people like Luke Campbell in the amateurs. He went 10 rounds with Sonny Edwards, 12 rounds with Ryan Burnett years ago. He's been a bantamweight European champion. Stefan Jamoy, a very decent fighter back in 2015. It's a long time ago now. But Kaisy really, really needs to be on his mettle tonight and not overcommit early, in my view.
And let me ask you this, Ollie. I mean, obviously you know Kaisy, you've spent time with Kaisy. That loss against Jackson Chalker earlier this year, when there was so much riding on it, he could have been Afghanistan's first world champion. How heartbreaking was that? how difficult has this journey to redemption, what the show is called tonight, how difficult has that journey been?
Nail on the head there, Dev. Redemption. You know, we saw a fire burning Kaisy straight away as soon as the fight was over. We had one evening of heartbreak at York Hall right here when he lost the fight. We weren't expecting him to lose the fight, so it was a shock for all of us. But the next day, that fire was burning, and it's been a long road from there to here. But tonight, you're going to see Kaisy with his big heart, like you always do, but you're going to see a real fire in his belly.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Ollie Bessel. We're now ready to head over to our commentary team, which is Andy Clark and Raven Chapman, another future world champion, by the way, in Raven Chapman. But before that, our MC for the evening, Mr. Mark Burdis.
Welcome to viewers of Box Nation from around the world. Please welcome into the ring from the Czech Republic, Miroslav Pavel.
So our first fight of the night in the heavyweight division, and this is Miroslav Pavek, joins us from the Czech Republic. Has boxed in the UK plenty of times. Last fight was at the end of May, a 4-rounder against a 2-0 Adrian King. King being guided by Curtis Woodhouse. You hear plenty of good things about him. Pavek stopped by Thomas Carty last April. As I say, he's no stranger to the United Kingdom.
And please welcome into the ring from Deptford, London, Courtney Bennett.
And this is Pavek's opponent, Courtney Bennett. A fancied fighter and for good reason. Achieved a lot as an amateur, 4-0 as a professional, has sparred basically everybody you can think of. Raven, you were on the GB squad alongside him. He was kind of stuck behind Fraser Clark, which was unfortunate, but he's somebody with plenty of ability.
Yeah, plenty of potential with Courtney Bennett. You know, like you say, a little bit behind Fraser Clark on GB, so made that move to turn professional. 4-0 now, and hopefully we'll see what he's got.
Our next bout this evening, presented by Warren Boxing Management in association with the Trinity Entertainment Boxing and our sponsors, York Barbell and Soppers House. This is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the heavyweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 3 wins, 2 by way of KO, 17 losses to his name. Weighing in 22 stone, 12 pounds, and tonight he wears the blue shorts. Please welcome from the Czech Republic, Miroslav Pavel. And across the ring in the blue corner, with an unbeaten 4 wins, 1 by way of KO, weighing in 17 stone, 7 pounds. And tonight he wears the red and white shorts. Please welcome from Deptford, London, Courtney Bennett. Your referee is Mr. Sean McAvoy, who now gives his final instructions to both boxers.
Protect at all times. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 6 3-minute rounds.
6 threes or fewer at heavyweight. Courtney Bennett in the red, Miroslav Pavek in the blue. All wins for Bennett so far. A stoppage in his last fight against Miles Thorne. That was in last September. He's 28 years old, so there is plenty of time, but he will be looking to box as often as he can, basically, and move within reason as quickly as he can. Heavyweight generally requires a little bit of a leap at some point, but the opponent he's got tonight, Raven, when you look at Pavek and when we've seen him for the opening few seconds here, he gets those gloves up. He's got plenty of padding, shall we say, around the midsection, and they will look to kind of roll in on you, and you've got to hit him hard to keep him off you.
Yeah, that's it. You see he's trying to close that distance between him and Bennett there. Bennett getting lovely, nice and behind the jab, you know, using that amateur pedigree that he's got, which you can really see is nice in that jab. Picking his shots, not going too much for it at the moment. But yeah, Pavek definitely trying to get close and smother that work.
Won a couple of GB championships, Courtney Bennett, in 2018, 2019. Towards the end of his amateur career, came down to heavyweight from super heavyweight. That's a nice right hand into the body, but a left hand high on the head there from Pavek. He just kind of explodes out of that guard every now and again, and that's what you need to watch out for against these kinds of fighters. At heavyweight, getting caught by anything can be dangerous.
That's it. I think Bennett learnt there, you know, Pavek, he likes to get close, so when you're coming out, you need to make sure your hands are up or you're moving that head out of the line of fire. And he learnt a lesson there early on. So hopefully he stays out of the way of those.
There's that left hand.
Again.
That time he did have the glove up.
That's it. It's just got to make sure he keeps that right hand nice and tight. You see he's holding it a little bit low there. Likes him up a bit more, holding it by the temple.
So I think what Pavek has realised here is that Bennett likes to step in, throw that jab, but he doesn't really extend it. He steps in behind it, looks for that uppercut, and maybe a right hand over the top, at which point he's within punching range.
That's it. He sees that counters there. Bennett sort of staying in there as well. Once he's thrown those shots, he's sort of staying a little bit straight on. I like to see him move off to the side a little bit. Nice shots to the body.
It's a good combination. The body work then up top with the left hand to the head.
He's getting caught with that little left, that sharp, choppy left, isn't he?
That's the one for Pavek, isn't it? He just lets it go.
Definitely. You can see Courtney's hands just a little bit low, that right hand, and Pavek's just finding it over the top of his glove. There it is. Nice 1-2 there from Courtney. That uppercut has been working. I think he's going to be planning to bring that in and then bring it down to the body like he did there. Make him think that uppercut's coming through the middle, squeeze in the elbows, and then work his way around the side.
And he's got 6 rounds here, Bennett, too, to invest in that kind of body work and hope that it'll pay dividends later in the fight. 18 minutes is plenty long enough to lay those foundations, and does that again there. Good stiff jab down the middle too.
Working really nicely behind his jab, Bennett. Not rushing his work. Trying to find those openings.
He's just lengthened that jab a bit, hasn't he?
He has, and that's really stopped that left hook from Pavek coming.
This is good from Bennett because Pavek just hasn't really had the opportunity to let anything go. He's tapping his belt line every now and again to suggest that a couple have been low, which they haven't been. But again, there's a nice long 1-2. He tries to throw that left hand, but Bennett wasn't in range for it.
Yeah, nice high glove as well from Bennett, which is nice to see. You can see Bennett's just kept that length a lot better this time, like you say, really extending the jab and the 1-2s.
Just trying to climb up into a left hook there, Pavek, but Bennett's really put him into his shell in this the second round. It's been good stuff because he's put snap on these shots.
Yeah, Pavek almost looks like he's struggling quite a bit this round. Nice body shot in there. Right one just behind the elbow of Pavek from Bennett as well.
Just waving that left hand there, Pavek falling in behind it, and Bennett's just starting to cuff him around a bit. He has been for most of this round, really, and what's been impressive is that...
Nice left hook to the body there. You see Pavek really didn't like that.
And really Bennett putting them together towards the end of the round here, Bennett. Nothing coming back from Pavek here, and the referee was just beginning to have a good look at that. And he really upped it towards the end of the round there. And almost everything he threw in that round landed. He picked his punch as well and just turned the screw.
That's it. That first left hook, I think it really did catch Pavek on the liver. Hopefully we'll see it coming up.
And they've pulled him out in the corner. Whilst we're watching these replays, Pavek's corner have pulled him out, and he's down on his hands and knees, so you can only assume that that's some kind of damage to the rib cage, maybe.
Yeah, you saw those body shots going in. There was that heavy one. I was hoping we were going to see it on the replay. You see, he got that left hook right behind the elbow, right up in the liver, and straight away Pavek took that step back, and I don't think he recovered from that at all.
Well, we just saw some clips there of the way he really just put those shots together in that second round. He upped the tempo bit by bit by bit. As I say, he hardly missed with a thing. Some people will look at the physics, if you like, of Pavek and feel like you shouldn't really miss him.
Yeah.
But if you headhunt, then you can always miss.
Exactly. And, you know, anyone can get hit in the head and be okay. But if you get hit with a really good shot in the liver, not many people are going to be able to withstand that. And that's why those body shots, doesn't matter how conditioned you are, if one gets through in the spot, that can be it, you know? And yeah, Pavek's really, really struggling there. I think it was definitely his ribs or a liver shot.
And that's impressive from Bennett. I mentioned that Thomas Carty stopped Pavek. Not too many people have. He had 6 rounds. I thought it might take him a couple more than that, maybe. In an ideal world, he might have liked a round or 2 more, but it's a good outing, that, because he really, really went to work in that second round, and he did figure a couple of things out, didn't he? Because he probably was a bit too close in the first round.
Definitely. You could see in that second round he had that nice snap in the 1-2 like you picked up, and it was nice to see that right hand was nice and tight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 completed rounds, Miroslav Pavek's corner has retired him. The winner in the blue corner from Deptford, London, Courtney Bennett. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the gallant Miroslav Pavek.
So 5-0 now for Courtney Bennett. It'd be interesting to see what they do with him next, because getting these rounds in, getting these learning fights in is something you have to do. That was a worthwhile outing, but at some point you need him in there with somebody who actually believes that they're going to beat him and really takes it to him.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Pavek, fairly durable as a heavyweight, you know, only 6 stoppages in 20 fights. But you could see from the outset just that difference in physique and power. And as soon as Courtney got his range, you know, it was only going one way from there, really. You could see towards the end of the first round, Pavek was already starting to struggle.
So it was all right. I thought that he got up quite well, so I had to pick my shots, and when I did get there, then the result happened. It was going to happen inevitably, but it's just finding a smart way to get there.
Correct call from the referee there?
I think so, yeah.
Even the corner, rather.
Yeah. He was on his knees at the end of the round, so clearly didn't want no more. So yeah, correct call.
Happy with everything tonight, though, Courtney?
Yeah, there's always room for improvement, obviously. I got my man out of there, that's the only good thing I would say. Other than that, I could have tidied things up a bit better, used my jab a lot more. But yeah, it was okay.
What was your corner telling you throughout the fight?
Definitely saying use my jab a lot, just pick him off for the jab, because he does defend well, like high guard. So I had to pick my shots, and when I hit him to the body, then it was game over.
Well, listen, stoppage win, your call, first fight, live on Box Nation, opening the show. It must be a good feeling, though, Courtney.
Yeah, over the moon, more than happy with my performance, especially opening the show on Box Nation. I'm delighted.
Courtney, well done, congratulations, and deserve a well-joined break. All right, thank you. All right, throwing back to Devon, Gareth in the studio.
Brilliant stuff there. Courtney Bennett moves to 5-0. I'll tell you what, I love starting a show off with a heavyweight, and a heavyweight that can punch. Ezra Taylor, you can punch a bit yourself. You must have been impressed with what you saw from Courtney Bennett.
I was, man. It was good. It was a disciplined performance. He didn't rush his work. Even when he was going for the kill, he still took his time a bit, picked his shots. You couldn't get him out. I think it was in the second round, but then it was enough. He sustained the pressure, and it was good.
Those body shots, Gareth, were sickening.
Yeah, he couldn't miss with a body shot, if I can say that, could he? There was a big body there a sofa of a body to head into. Listen, we've talked about it a lot tonight. These are opportunities to shine. This is a guy that's sparring with the likes of Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua, tease, David Hay, Joe Joyce and others. So he took his opportunity tonight. He don't get paid for overtime in this sport. Got the job done.
And that's really what it's about, isn't it, Ezra? I mean, if he gets in there under these lights, it's ideal to start things off with a knockout win. That's his second knockout so far in his career. Job done. Job done, man, and it was a good one as well. Good performance. He got the stoppage. He had his people out in full effect. It's what you want to do. Go to your core, put on a devastating performance, and he got the stoppage. So what more can you ask for him? And if you look at the kind of heavyweight scene at the moment, southern area, I guess that's where his ambitions will be before long. The champion is Johnny Fisher. How far away do you think he is, Gareth, from the likes of Johnny Fisher?
Well, Johnny Fisher's going to fight Alan Babbage soon, isn't he? And I think a great fight for him, I think July the 6th. So those kind of belts become vacant. 2 or 3 more outings like that, a bit more confidence. But what I liked what Ezra said, patient, poise, precision, picked him apart, picked the tree apart, went to the body, went to the head and hurt him to the body in the end. Job done. There's a good energy about Courtney Bennett as well, and I think this is boxing's blue ribbon division full of characters. I like the way he conducted that post-fight interview as well, the way he conducts himself. Good energy, Gareth. Yeah, but when you're rubbing shoulders with those 4 or 5 that I mentioned, he also sparred with David Hay back in 2017. I think he revealed to you and others in the week in the build-up. When you're fighting those kind of guys, when you're rubbing shoulders with them, Ezra, you spar with big names. The point that you spar with 3 people at once sometimes. And I think you were the culprit. I filmed it. Go online and watch that. It's unbelievable. Boxing lesson for 3 people at the same time. When you're rubbing shoulders with very, very fine boxers who are above you in the pecking order, you just know where you stand. 100%. It does you a world of good, It gives you the confidence that they may not even get. They may not even see it, but what it does for you and your ego and everything else, like you said, it puts you on a platform. You know where you are, you know where you need to be at, and then you can go and perform. So when you step in the ring, you've got the confidence. You know that you've been doing the work, you've been putting in the work with these elite names, and someday, Courtney Bennett's going to be elite himself. Okay, listen, Ezra, since we've got you, right, I know you're coming up, you're on the Magnificent 7 show for Queensbury, July 20th. Can't wait for that. But bigger picture, I've seen you say a few things about Ben Whittaker. You're not impressed with that young man? Hey, listen, the only reason why I say I'm not impressed is because people like to see people get hurt in boxing. It sounds so brutal, but it is a brutal sport. You just see Courtney Bennett go in there and do the job. That's what I'm looking to do with all my opponents. I'm not in there to tip and tap. It's not amateur. I'm not here to hit and don't get hit. I'll take a hit, but I'll hit you harder. That's what people want to see. It's good entertainment, but there's also different ways to entertain people, Well, I think we're about to entertain the people because we can head over back to RMC, Mr. Mark Burtis. Making his way into the ring, please welcome from Costa Rica by way of Nicaragua,
Jose Manuel Perez.
So coming in next, I wasn't actually expecting Jose Manuel Perez, so we will see who makes his way into the ring for this next fight. I think it's probably going to be CJ Wood who takes on Frankie Davey. Anyway, we will get that rectified in just a second. Six rounds at super middleweight this will be between Frankie Davey and CJ Wood. And York Hall just filling up, people taking their place on the bout.
Please welcome into the ring from Middlesbrough, CJ Wood.
An away corner fighter, CJ Wood from Middlesbrough. Interesting when you look at his record, his first three fights were in the home corner. They weren't on British Boxing Border Control shows, but they are listed on his professional record. He would have been selling tickets at that point, boxing out of that home corner. They were all back in 2015. He then disappeared until a few years ago, 2021. He's been on the road since then and has been busy. He's had the odd win, the odd stoppage defeat, but has been sensible with opponents, and much more often than not, he goes the distance. His last fight was here, actually, just a couple of weeks ago. Over 6 against George O'Leary. Referee with the final checks, just having a look at the gloves, the belt line, making sure the protector's in place.
Please welcome into the ring from Ipswich, Frankie Davey.
He's well supported, Frankie Davey. 6 wins and a draw in his 7 fights so far. 23 years old now. Barry Smith behind him, so he's training out of that Ben Davison Performance Centre. So in very, very good company there. Big win last May when he got in with Tommy Jacobs and stopped him in the second round. Last fight was a 3-1 win in Cheshire against Fernando Valencia. Made an appearance on Love Island, I'm told, which would have increased his profile certainly, but as I say, given the stable that he's boxing out of, there must be some ability there, certainly plenty of dedication there, or he quite simply would not be there.
Presented by Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, and our sponsors York Barbell and Soppers House is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the super middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 5 wins, 28 losses and 2 draws to his name, weighing in 12 stone 1 pound, and tonight he wears the black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Middlesbrough, CJ Wood. And moving over into the blue corner with an unbeaten 6 wins, 1 by KO and a draw, weighing in 11 stone 13, and tonight he wears the white shirts with purple trim. Please welcome from Ipswich, Suffolk, Frankie the Ace Davey. Your referee in charge is Mr. Kieran McCann, who will now give his final instructions.
Okay, lads, listen up. You both know the rules. You will obey my commands at all times. When I tell you to break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close. And most importantly, lads, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
6 rounds in the super middleweight division. Final checks from our referee, Kieran McCann. Raven, I'm looking forward to seeing what we get from Frankie, Davey. I've not seen him before. He sells tickets. You could hear that from the reception he got. He's got that profile from appearing on what is a massive show in Love Island. But, as I said, as he was making his way into the ring, he wouldn't be training where he's training unless there was some real raw ability to work with there. And just as importantly, probably more importantly, the dedication to go with it.
That's it. You can see straight away, you know, on that jab, that ability there looks technically very sharp. So yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. Like you, I've not seen him before either.
Bit of a size difference between these two. Wood, like a lot of away corner fighters, will look to cover as many weight divisions as he can. And Davey got big, wide shoulders on him, long arms. Just touching with the jab, measuring the distance. Stepped in behind the second one a little bit there. Got it through the guard. The uppercut was short.
Nice little step in with that body jab there as well. You can really see, that technical ability, like really, really lovely jab. Making sure he's got space to throw his long shots as well.
Well, he just spanned there, CJ Wood. I'm not quite sure what happened. He's gesturing to the referee that he was caught with an elbow. He stepped in himself and looked to get some work done. I didn't see that myself in real time. I don't think there's any particular reason why he'd be play acting here. It's not something that boxers generally do, but whatever it was that caught him, I don't think it was in any way intentional. Lovely jab and then a right hand there from Davey.
Davey straight on him there.
Whatever it was that happened seems to have lit a little bit of a fire under Wood, who's been quite aggressive here, which I think Davey will absolutely relish because it will give him some openings.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. You see straight away Wood's definitely been a lot more aggressive since that. Nice touch at the top and then whipping that body shot around. Staying nice and composed, Davey, though. Didn't let that aggression from Wood, you know, change anything that he was doing, really.
There's a good uppercut there from Davey. A little bit of swelling around the left eye there of Wood. Turns southpaw, goes back to orthodox. And that's an interesting opening round for a 6-rounder at super middleweight when you've got a home corner fighter, very much an away corner fighter, because he mixed it up in there in that first round, Wood. And I think he's going to have to be a little bit more conservative than that if he's going to get through this, because he took some decent looking shots in that opening round. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
It looked like just the forearm slid up his face, maybe went into the elbow. It didn't, but to me it didn't look like really much more than that, to be honest.
Bit of marking up below both eyes there for Wood. Davey showed us some good variety in that opening round. Again, just straight onto the jab at the start of the second round. And Wood, if he's going to stand there, has got to get that guard up and try and move that head, because he's just on the borderline of range there. And Davey's one of these guys with that long wingspan where you might feel like you're slightly out of range and then discover that you're not.
Yeah, he keeps that distance really nice as well, does Davey. Like I say, that sort of little touch up the top with the jab, make sure he's in range and then lets his hands go.
And he's got to be careful there, Wood, just kind of walking in, because when he gets caught in that middle distance, that's where Davey can really sink his toes in and let his hands go.
Yeah, it's finding that uppercut and a few of those body shots behind the elbow quite nicely is Davey. Wood, nice little body shot there himself.
That was good head movement, got on to the inside, rattled a couple off to the body, and then kind of just stepped off and looked at the referee. I'm not quite sure, again, what was going on there. But when he gets to that kind of range there, that's where he needs to be, isn't it?
Definitely. Wood's working quite well with Davey on the ropes. But Davey's got that good movement. He's not letting it phase him at all by the looks of it. Keeping composed.
Just working those hands, Davey. That's a lovely left hand off the back of the right. It was almost a kind of up jab rather than an uppercut. Then he's got that little bit of variety. Manages to slide a few in around the back of the guard, up top, and then goes down to the body with the left hand.
Has a nice little feint, Davey. Every time he sort of gets in, just that little offset and then throws his jab. It's catching Wood off key every time.
Some blood coming from the nose there, I think, of Wood, who just leans in, gets the shoulder in there, and then just as the referee shouts break, shrugs off and punches. That was a lovely uppercut.
Lovely.
Just sank back, pulled his weight onto the back foot and just threw it slightly off the angle. I mean, Wood took it well. He's taken everything that he's been hit with well, but he's getting hit a lot.
Yeah, he is. I feel like Davey's really got a good composure going on. He's picking his shots really nicely, teeing Wood up and then finding those openings.
Final few seconds around two, and
Lovely.
There's that uppercut again.
Rear uppercut.
Off the back of the 1-2, found good distance with it. It's a good watch, this. It's really entertaining to watch, and I tip my hat to CJ Wood for the way he's going about it, because he's really making this into a good fight. But in terms of getting through the sixth, which is what he's come here for, he's choosing to do this the hard way.
Yeah, definitely. He's struggling with Wood's Davey's sharpness. He's very sharp, like I say, that offset on the jab, so he's getting caught at the jab, and now he's found his range with that rear uppercut, which is starting to really land on Wood. So I'll be intrigued to see how many more of those Wood will be able to take. So like I say, he's definitely choosing to do it the hard way. Wood needs to kind of get on Davey's chest. That's where he's having his most success, but he's leaving himself in there too long, and then Davey's kind of throwing back. So it'll be interesting to see how we go moving on through the rounds.
So into the third, Davey in the white and purple, Wood in the black and gold. And again, with that tight guard, Wood just looking to try and close that space down, get into that middle range and then let his hands go. But Davey just keeping him on the end of his own jab at the moment. There's a head movement from Wood, but if anything, he did that from a little bit too far out. And then when he was within punching range, was slightly static again. He's making Davey work hard here, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's putting his shots together nicely, though. Nice little flurry there, a few uppercuts followed by a left hook. Davey does a really nice hook off the jab and then rear uppercut, which has been definitely catching Wood out. But nice long jab, that long reach, like you say. You think you're out of range and then it's just there. You're just right at the end of it.
Dipped his knees and threw the right hand into the body there, Davey, which was a good shot.
Yeah, Davey's starting to work that head and body shots really nicely this round. See him teeing up, jab to the head, backhand to the body. But like you say there, Wood's really working off when he gets on those ropes. He's standing a bit square as Davey and just letting him work. Nice flurry there from Davey.
That was good sharp stuff, 5-6 punches. Almost all of them got through. Started with that big, wide, heavy right hand, which was half blocked, but you could hear the impact of it.
Lovely, lovely little flurry. Finished with the left hook to the body. You can see that confidence in Davey just massively uplifting as the rounds go on.
That's a good right hand into the body, and then a left as well. And I wonder how much more of these Wood can take before they really put a dent in him. If he can keep walking in like this and just keep soaking these up, then in the second half of the fight, he might be able to ask some questions of Davey's gas tank, because he's thrown plenty here, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been a really good pace from the offset. Like I say, lovely double jab backhand landed clean. Wood feeling the pace there.
Yeah, I think you're right. As he goes back to the corner, I think maybe one or two of those body shots just got him a little bit at the end of that round.
Yeah, that real clean backhand to the body right in the solar plexus looked like it really, really knocked the wind out of Wood. There it is. See it fold him in.
As you say, he's kept the tempo nice and high right from the beginning. He's had to, because he's got somebody who is trying to just walk him down, basically, and he's had to keep working the way he has and show that variety to keep Wood off him. If he can just turn it up bit by bit, maybe in the 4th, 5th and 6th, then I think he could get the stoppage here.
Yeah, that's it. Those flurries he's been throwing, if he can then set his feet and then find that power shot behind that.
Always worth pointing out when we're here at York Hall that this is an unusually hot venue. It's a nice day in and around London today, probably low 20s, so nothing supersonic temperature-wise, but it's always hot in here anyway, basically because they can't control the heating.
It's definitely hotting up as well as the night's going on, isn't it?
And then when you've got that lighting rig up there as well, it does ask questions of you that other venues don't really. A 6-rounder here at a good tempo, it's just not the same as a 6-rounder anywhere else, is it? So if he can keep this going, push it, push it, push it, keep that shape and technique here, Davey, and get the stoppage, then it'll mean something, because it'll really have had to work for it.
Oh, 100%. The heat in York Hall isn't like anywhere else, that's for sure. I can say that from experience.
But this is good from Wood as he leans in, but Davey just nudges him off with the shoulder, finds a little bit of room and gets off himself. It's not like Wood hasn't had some pockets of success, of decent punching. He's not really caught Davey with anything particularly clean, but the intent has definitely been there. The problem he's got is that he can just throw that jab, Davey, just touch him with it a couple of times, sink a right hand in, and then go down to the body as he's coming in.
Where Davey doesn't want to be is on the ropes. That's where Wood's having the most of his success.
That's a nice right hand, isn't it? Throws a left hook and then just throws that right hand underneath. Little uppercut on the inside again.
Yeah, finding his shots nicely. Like I say, that rear uppercut starting to land. He's starting to time it now as Wood's coming into him. Almost going to the ropes to throw that shot now.
Minute remaining in round 4, and Wood still just showing plenty of bravery, but Davey again
flurry
with a great combination. And just how much longer can CJ Wood keep taking these 4?
Nice dip, roll, followed by with that right hand, landing on Wood's chin there. Wood coming back though. some heavy shots there.
You have to give him a lot of credit because he's taken plenty, but his fighting spirit has at no point looked like even being close to being extinguished. Left to the body again there from Davey. 2 more to go after this.
That 1-2 left hook followed by that rear uppercut of Davey that's really doing Wood. He's catching with it very frequently now, and that was that backhand to the body shot, sinking in that solar plexus. We've seen that a few times now, which is definitely taking that wind out of Wood and slowing his legs down a lot. You see he's slowed down a lot more now, just kind of walking forwards.
If you're in that Davey corner now, if you're Barry Smith, what would you be saying to him? Would you just be saying, listen, just keep doing what you're doing, and if it comes, it comes? Or would you be sending him out there in the 5th and 6th to just try and raise it bit by bit by bit and really go after it?
I'd probably say now, you know, those flurries are watching. It's in British boxing, you can get the stoppages from pressure. So once he's got him there, try and go for that stoppage. Get the ref step in. You know, try and throw those fast, quick flurries and then really set the feet and throw the heavy ones in. It's probably what I'd be saying to him, because I think that steppage could be there.
And I think if it comes, it'll be exactly as you've described. It'll be just a barrage of punches, not enough coming back, and Kieran McCann will be forced or feel like he's forced to step in and stop things. I don't see him necessarily dropping him unless it's with a body shot. That's possible. Another good uppercut there again from Davey.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. You see Woods just sort of lunging in, kind of desperately trying to get to Davey now. But this is where that heat of York Hall, like you were saying before, it's easy for us to say, isn't it? But when you're in there, you've got that heat. That's a lot of output of work to get that stoppage.
It is. You've really got to commit to it, because it's one phase of attack followed by another one, maybe followed by another one, and you might want to time it for as late in the round as you can. He was just short with that long right hand there, Davey. And he's just continuing to box exactly how he has from the beginning, which is with a lot of poise and efficiency.
I think I see what he's doing there. He's been throwing that right hand to the body. He's been catching him. He's almost feinting it and trying to throw it to the head there, but like you say, it was just out of range.
Again, there's that uppercut, and the expression on his face there, Davey, tells its own story. Either he felt that in his own right hand, and that was a little bit of pain from a twinge in his right hand, or he caught him absolutely sweet, and he can't quite believe that he hasn't gone down.
Lovely.
Well, that was a terrific combination again, wasn't it?
Wood is just still there, you know. Great sort of sweeping jab followed by the right in the body. Great combination, very well put together. He's finding the shots, but Wood's just withstanding it.
He is very, very tough. Into the final 30 seconds of round 5. Long right hand, but he was just pulling his feet back there, Wood. He wasn't that time as the chopping right collided with his jaw. He can really take a shot. At no point has he really looked hurt or like he's about to unravel.
No. Looks like there's a little bit of a cut over the left eye of Wood there.
And the referee has waved this one over. The referee has waved it over. I'm not sure if the corner just called him over and told him, Kieran McCann, that they didn't want any more. That could have been the interaction. I think that probably would have been the interaction, because otherwise I think he would have been perfectly happy to let him come out for the 6th. But he's seen enough, the trainer there. I think he knows that his man's been really brave here. He can see the marking up. He can see that he's tired. He can see that cut, that little bit of damage, and he's decided that there's nothing to be gained here by just hearing the final bell, and
that's it.
I'll make that a sensible decision, because I think sometimes
so.
a bit too much emphasis is placed on going the distance.
I think so. You know, it's about the fighter's longevity, especially in the away corner. His face is marking up. He's now cut, and there wasn't a massive amount coming back there now for Davey. You know, that pace was set so high from the start. He kept it up throughout, and his shots were starting to really get through now. And like we're saying, it felt like that stoppage was coming.
I think it's the cut that's really made up the trainer's mind, isn't it? Because now that he's cut, he's not going to be able to box for a few weeks anyway.
Exactly.
So the fact that he's suspended due to the stoppage just isn't going to matter.
That's it.
But that's a good performance from Davey.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 completed rounds, CJ Wood's corner has retired him. The winner in the blue corner from Ipswich, Frankie the Ace Davey. A round of applause for the gallant CJ Wood.
A round of applause for CJ Wood. He was very brave. He was always looking to come forward. He was fighting with his face a bit at times, but he did get some of his own punches off, and he asked questions of Davey there, who was forced really to box at a high tempo for 5 rounds.
That's it. When he got Davey on those ropes, you know, that was really where the only place where Davey sort of struggled a little bit. You know, he was still firing back. He was never under any major cause for concern, but that's where Wood was his most successful.
Okay, so he's just wending his way down to ringside after a few more photographs. This will take him to 7 wins and 1 draw. They'll be looking to step him up, I think, towards area title level maybe, but before too long. The weight division he's in has always been a competitive one, but you can see that there's ability there. He's got the support. You can hear that in the background. He's decent to watch. He's surrounded by a stable of very talented fighters, so there's a lot going for him. Okay, he's down at ringside. Let's hear from him now. He's with Umar.
Well, Frankie, Davey, great performance there. Got your man out in the end. Agree with ref waving that one off, Frankie?
He was a tough man. But with the people I'm training with now, the gym I'm at, those type of guys shouldn't be lasting long with me. So I needed to get him out of there. I didn't say it beforehand. Barry told me not to look for it, and I wasn't. I stayed behind the lead hand. And as you can tell, it took me 5 rounds to just bust him up and dismantle him. I think I've done something to my right hand as well, because his head was solid. The amount of uppercuts I was landing, and my hand was like,
You broke it?
I don't know. Hopefully not. Anyway, that aside, no excuses. Yeah, I'm grateful that I got him out of there. I needed to do that, and I think it's a statement as well. He doesn't get stopped easy. So a big thank you, as always. I can't stress it enough to my team, Barry Smith, everyone at the gym, Ben Davison, Lee Wiley, and all the fighters that I spar and that I'm around. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. I've grown massively as a fighter, and it is all down to them. And obviously the main man over there, Big Kev, my dad, who sorts absolutely everything out. So yeah, I want to say a big thank you to all of those people.
Frankie, I just want to touch upon that. I mean, you're training, in my opinion, the best gym in Britain, arguably the world. The some of the talent, Anthony Joshua, Moses Italma, I could go on and on and on. Being around them boys must give you so much of a buzz and confidence. Yeah,
I was actually saying it earlier, that I drive an hour and a half every single day to the gym, an hour and a half there, an hour and a half back. Sometimes when I get there, I don't feel like training. But when you walk in and AJ stood there, Lee Wood has stood there, everyone stood there, you can't help but not get motivated to train and strive to be the best you can. So that's all I'm doing. I realised I took a bit of a leap, turning pro early, starting on the small hall shows. I'm grateful to Box Nation, Warren Management, and everyone that's given me this platform to hopefully propel me onto the bigger shows and bigger titles.
Just lastly as well, I mean, brilliant performance tonight on Box Nation. I know I saw that T-shirt of you training as well, and you were wearing Box Nation. That was years ago. I feel like people like you come from the celebrity world have a bit of a stigma, but talking to Ben and Barry, they feel like you can really push on in this sport.
Yeah, I do believe that I can, and I'm grateful to hear that. The celebrity stuff, that's in the past. I was on a certain TV show for 3 days. I don't associate myself with that anymore. Boxing is where it's at. Yes, I do social media, but I think that's the way now. Content, people want to see that. It's the future. So I'm doing that alongside training hard. Every time I'm filming, I say to Barry, I might have the camera out, but I've done my work first. So yeah, that's just how it is.
Maybe a Southern Area title next year?
Well, this fight was potentially for the Commonwealth youth title against a certain someone. I want that next, provided this is all right. Even if it's not, I'll have it anyway. We'll have that next. We were meant to potentially fight today. It was going to be short notice, so I understand. But we'll get that on next. I want a title of some sorts, whatever it may be.
Frankie, congratulations, mate. Well done. Back to you.
Brilliant stuff from Frankie Davey there. The TV show he was referring to, he was on Love Island for 4 days. He didn't find love, but he found the stoppage tonight. Gareth A. Davis.
He did, and Barry Smith, who was there with him, obviously from the Ben Davison Performance Centre. I mean, we know what they're doing, the great things they're doing with great fighters. And he mentioned there that he's got great sparring partners. He's also got great support in here tonight as well, and that counts. But he needs to consummate, if I can say that, with Love Island. A little bit more power in there. But I want to say a word about CJ Woods. 16 times he fought in 2023, 7 times already this year. That's 8 now. He's got a 30. That was his 36th fight. What a tough man at 37. And you know what it's testament to, Ezra? Not having to cut too much weight.
Yeah, CJ Wood, tough as nails, man. Tough as nails. He's probably one of the better journeymen, you know. But I got to give it to Frankie Davey, man. That was an amazing performance. It was sharp. He was very disciplined. That was very entertaining to watch. And at the end of it, he got the stoppage. But he got the stoppage in a way of walking somebody's booty, you know what I'm saying? So that's a good way to go out, man.
Listen, he looked the part. I think we're going to get some boom boom coming up very shortly. Let me just get your thoughts on this. It's Kurt Wiggins versus Karim Agia. One's 1-0, the other one's 2-0-1. Both have done well as amateurs. Good fight so early on.
So early on, and you know what? I feel like these are like, they call it an acid test, you know? You're taking a 50-50 fight early in your career. All we can do is commend them, you know? A lot of people wouldn't do that. A lot of people want to step a different path, you know, get the experience. But these guys are getting the best type of experience. They're fighting at the York Hall, great platform. It's thriving in here, and I feel like it's going to be a great tear-up.
Well, let's find out. Let's head over to Mark Burdis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Dagenham, Essex, Karim Agia.
Karim Agia, 2 wins and 1 draw. I saw him box at the Peacock on the Saturday lunchtime show last year. It was a great show. Ahmed Patterson made a comeback. Boyd Jones was held to a draw. There was an away win for Daryl Tapfuma. And Agia had a really good fight against Stephen Maguire, which he won 3-1 over the 4 rounds. And he's been happy to go into a hard fight, a tough fight tonight. It's good to see. They're scheduled for 4. And it's one I've been looking forward to since I first cast my eye over this card.
Liverpool, Kurt Wiggins.
Kurt Wiggins happy to take this fight after just 1 professional outing. He made his debut back at Liverpool Olympia in February, a fight he was supposed to win. It was a comfortable kind of debut. He won it 4-0. Good amateur. Senior elite champion in 2023 at bantamweight, 54 kilos, boxing for one of the most famous clubs in the land, the Salisbury in Liverpool. And he's got Paul Edwards, former British champion, Salisbury coach, on his shoulder there as he walks to the ring. So that's what makes this a really interesting fight. 2-0-1, as Dev said, up against 1-0. You don't generally see this.
Presented by Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, and our sponsors, York Barbell and Soppers House, is a 4 3-minute round contest in the Super Bantamweight division. Firstly, in the red corner with 2 wins and a draw to his name, wearing the multicoloured shorts with black trim, weighing in 8 stone 9 pounds. Please welcome from Dagenham, Essex, Karim Ajos. And moving over the ring into the blue corner, weighing in 8 stone 10 pounds, wearing the navy shorts with 1 win from 1, hailing from Liverpool, Kurt Wiggins. Your referee, Sean McAvoy, who will now give his final instructions.
Okay, lads, 4-round contest. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Majors in the black, red and white, Kurt Wiggins in the blue. This set for 4 rounds or fewer at super bantamweight. And there goes the opening bell, and this should be a good encounter between these two. And one thing that tells you, Raven, how seriously they're taking this and what it means to the pair of them is that it's at super bantam, but it's a 4-rounder. It's not a title fight, but they both hit weight. Aegis is 8 stone 9, Wiggins is 8 stone 10. You don't always see that.
Yeah, you've seen it just there in the face-off where they're both in the corners. They're both up for this tonight, you know. They both want to win. Like you say, it's a 4-round. You don't see that often early on in fighters' careers.
Wiggins with the uppercut, then goes down to the body. Aegis just sets his feet and looks to try and work the body himself. Interesting kind of style, Aegis. He's got that bob and weave style where sometimes he's walking in pretty much square on. It's hard to tell which side he's going to punch off.
Yeah, he sort of switches his feet with it as well. I don't know if that'll be a good thing or not, but you know, he's not fought in over a year, so I wonder how that will affect him tonight.
Good left hand there from Wiggins, exploded out of the guard. But Aegis is getting on that front foot. He's looking to try and sink them in when he can. Again, left to the body there from Wiggins. He's covering up well there, tucking up well, but gets caught by a left hand, put onto the back foot, and Aegis is fancying his chances a little bit here.
Yeah, neither of them are really taking a step back, are they? They're both... Ooh,
good left hand there from Aegis as well, and he caught Wiggins as he was opening out. This is a terrific fight already, and Aegis just trying to get after Wiggins here. What we saw in the early stages was probably a fighter in Wiggins who lands a good combination there and a lovely left hand, who is maybe the more technically correct of the two, but he's being made to fight here.
He recovered well from that hook, I feel. Caught him right on the chin. It's very good back and forth, this.
It's a hell of an opening round, this. We've still got 40 seconds left, and they've set their feet and really let them go.
Yeah, both fighters, like I say, from the start.
Big right hand there from Aegis, steps in and let that one go from distance. And he just couldn't stay out of the way of it there, Wiggins. Down he goes, and he was back up nice and quick, but 20 seconds remaining in the round. He's looking to fire away himself there. Lets a left hand go. Aegis threw him down and then did just throw a right as he was down. Luckily, it didn't really make too much contact. Left hand there, again from Aegis, who looks to try and pour it on here. Final few seconds. Down Wiggins goes again. The referee counts again. He could have argued maybe he was half thrown to the canvas, but it is a count, so that's going to be a 10-7 round in favour of Aegis, and that was an absolute barnstormer of an opening 3 minutes. And it's the physical strength there, I think, of Aegis, which has really come to the fore. He looks the more robust of the two.
Yeah, it's really interesting. At the start of the fight, it felt like Wiggins was throwing quite big, heavier shots. And then Aegis just started landing. Look at that, beautiful. Sort of looping right hand right on the chin. And then just that rough and tough, little cheeky there, throwing a shot while it was on the floor, but that adrenaline obviously goes, but you can see, like I say, that physicality now of Aegis. He's really trying to put that onto Wiggins then, that last half of that round.
10-7 round for Aegis. What they've got to try and get across to Wiggins in that corner is trust in your ability, because he definitely has it. Trust in your technique. Early on, he was keeping that guard really nice and intact, but he's getting caught when he punches. Aegis is punching with him, which is maybe something he hasn't really had too much of so far.
That's it. When he's throwing that punch, he's sort of leaving himself that bit open there, a little bit wide, and Aegis is just finding those bits down the middle and around the side.
Aegis turned southpaw at one point there, and he is a bit unorthodox in the way he goes about it at times, but when he lets them go, he can put some power behind them. Again, southpaw here, Aegis, and steps in square on, throws a right hand into the body. Decent right hand there from Wiggins.
Wiggins getting that nice movement, nice little stop and throw, lovely head roll under. They're both kind of just coming out, throwing the kitchen sink at each other. It's really exciting to watch.
Good left hand there from Wiggins, but it doesn't really deter Aegis. That's kind of a problem he's had, is that when he has caught him clean, he hasn't really blinked, has he?
No, he's definitely, you can see that robustness as Aegis is probably outmatching Wiggins, but he's moving a lot better this round, Wiggins. Kind of avoiding the bigger shots from Aegis, but still getting caught.
He's looking for that left hand again there, Wiggins. Landed it on the top of the head, but Aegis doesn't really have an awful lot of respect for his power, which could be his undoing, but at the moment he's happy to just try and walk through what Wiggins is throwing at him to get his own punches off.
What Wiggins needs to be careful of here is where Aegis is landing big shots, he's kind of opening himself up to try and land big shots back, and that's what he's catching with. Lovely jab on the chin of Aegis there.
Nice uppercut from Wiggins about 20 seconds ago as well. He's done some good work in the second half of this round. Good body attack there from Wiggins. Defends himself nicely from a couple of big bombs there from Aegis. Right hand from Wiggins was a good shot. Having lost the first round 10-7, you've got to win the other three to get a draw, basically. That's what he's looking at.
I feel like his corner will know that and will have probably let him know that, and he's come out much more compact this round, not opening himself as much, so Aegis hasn't managed to find those real big shots again. But it's still a hard one. It's very back and forth. Aegis is starting to apply that pressure, constant.
Not much in it at all. Wiggins might have done enough. A left hand he lets go there, and a slightly laboured looking left hand from Aegis. Good right hand there from Wiggins, and I think when you're looking at the accuracy of the punches and who's landed what, the fact that he hasn't really put a dent into Aegis, it doesn't matter. They're still scoring punches. He might have done enough there, he might not, but either way, off the back of a 10-7 in round one, that's a good response.
That's a great way to come back. Yeah, I do feel like those more eye-catching shots that round were from Wiggins, just snapping Aegis' head back, but it was a very nip-and-tuck round. Both landing, both throwing great shots.
He's thrown a lot in those first couple of rounds, hasn't he? And he does wind up with them too and let them go. And actually, 2 rounds in here, when you look at the corners, Wiggins looks a little bit fresher than Aegis. It doesn't always mean that much. Some fighters look knackered after 10 seconds and just stay looking that way all the way through the fight.
Some fighters might have that better poker face as well at hiding that tiredness.
But we said from the beginning that this could be a real humdinger, and that's exactly what it's been so far. Wiggins looking to try and land that left hand to the head. Again there, throws it, but this time, as he did in the second round, rolls out after it. In that first round, he got caught opening out a couple of times, didn't he? Lovely uppercut there from Wiggins, who's taken a lot of confidence from that second round.
Definitely, he's put his shots together nicely and bobbed and rolled his head around the returning shots from Aegis. Nice shot there again.
Little up jab from Wiggins, and then a longish right uppercut, and he's kept that technique together. And after that opening round, that wouldn't have been the easiest thing in the world to do. Again, just comes through with the right hand there. Nice accurate shots, not massive, but they're easy to see. They're scoring and they're chipping away at Aegis.
That's it, you see Aegis looks a little bit like he's taken a touch out this round. Not quite as aggressive, not throwing as much as he did in the first two.
And the work rate, the punch output again, Wiggins there just throws a left hand, rolls away. He didn't land that left hand, but he made sure he moved off it. And he just sets those feet, but gets a right into the body, claims a head clash. And again, Wiggins is doing well in this third.
Yeah, Wiggins has definitely got a second wind in this round. Coming off of that first round, great second. And really putting his combinations together, just catching Aegis there with his right as he opened up.
And then just working away on the inside, little tippy taps. And just trying to get his fans behind him here. Kurt Wiggins, this is absolutely tremendous. Right hand into the body. Shakes his head as Aegis tries to come back. And this has been fought at an absolutely fearsome pace. But again, it's a decent right hand from Wiggins, and the quality in this third round really is coming from him. This has been some response, some comeback since that opening round.
Yeah, Aegis has been much more lackluster in his punch volume this round.
There's not much on those shots from Aegis as he just wanders forward, and Wiggins again with another good uppercut. A smile from Aegis, but he walks straight onto a right hand, and a right hand to the body.
Great head movement from Wiggins this round as well. He's managed to move his head around all those big shots from Aegis and not really got caught with a hell of a lot of big shots.
Nice combination again there from Wiggins at the end of the round. Lovely looking right hand, raises those gloves, they both do. We've been given an absolute treat here, and 3 rounds in, as he cups his glove to his ear. I'll make that 2-1 in favour of Wiggins, but with the 10-7, he's still going to need this final round to get a draw. It's a tremendous fight.
It's a great fight. It's a shame it's only over 4 rounds, really. I'd love to see this over at 8, 10, you know, for a little southern area or an area title, whatever it might be. But yeah, great fight. Fighters obviously both want it. I feel like Aegis has definitely gassed a lot in these last 2 rounds. Be interesting to see how he can pick it up in the last round, if he can.
The corner just really trying to rev him up in this last 3 minutes here. But he's taken some good, sharp, accurate shots in rounds 2 and 3. And he put a lot into that opening round himself, because he went after him after he knocked him down, as you absolutely should. 4th and final round. And this is what you want, a 1-0 fighter taking on a 2-0-1 fighter. Both undefeated, both early, neither of them afraid to just get in and mix it and take a proper fight. Wiggins with the left hand.
Very much toe-to-toe now this round. Both throwing, covering up, staying in, trying to throw to the body, short hooks to the head.
Just dips the knees and slides underneath that left hand, Wiggins. You talk about the gut check in careers, and you don't normally get one in your second fight, but he's had one here. They're both getting one here, to be honest. And they just really trying to rally and respond and match Wiggins for output in this 4th and final round. Good body work there, though, from the Liverpudlian. Nice uppercut.
So Wiggins is just finding the spot, like I say. He's moving his head around Aegis' shots now. He's reading them really well. And that rear uppercut, it's been the shot of the night so far, I think, the rear uppercut.
He's been very effective when he's just got to that mid-close range. That's a lovely combination. Where he's got himself in a bit of trouble is when he's swung from a bit too far out, loaded up a bit too much, and then his chin comes right up in the air, doesn't it?
That's exactly what happened. I think that first round, both of them were very excited to get in there and both throwing wide shots, and that's when he got caught. he's got his composure back now, Wiggins, as the fight's gone on, and like I say, reading his shots, moving around the shots of Aegis, and really letting his work go this round. I think the fitness side, Wiggins is showing that it's there.
Solid left hand from Wiggins. Aegis just ate it up, gets his chin checked by another one on the way in. As I say, he's upped it in this final round. Aegis really trying to put that shift in, but again, the more accurate, cleaner punching has come from Wiggins. Heading towards the final 30 seconds, and this has been a classic York Hall undercard 4-rounder. It really has.
Just really trying to let his hands go now towards the end of this round.
Wiggins just leaning in, looking to find just enough room. The final 10 seconds. Right to the body there from Wiggins. Lands it right up top. Aegis though just sets those feet and lets his own hands go. There goes the belt. Terrific stuff. Really was a fantastic fight. Those two knockdowns in the opening round gave Aegis the first round 10-7, and it looked like he might be able to just walk through Wiggins at that point, but Wiggins, very good amateur, believed in that technique, kept his shape, kept his composure more than anything else, and just managed to get his way back into it. And I thought probably did win that second round. Maybe quite an easy fight to score, actually. 3-1 in favour of Wiggins, but a draw because of the 10-7. I loved it.
Yeah, like you say, Wiggins found that composure and that shape after that first round. I think they're both so eager to get in there, and they're throwing wild, big shots. And he got caught, he got that chin check, and then, yeah, brought it back and managed to avoid it and started moving his head around it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for both boxers who gave their all. Your referee, Sean McAvoy, scores the contest 37 points to 37. This contest is a draw.
And then a terrific comeback from Wiggins to take the other three to level it up. Aegis really putting a shift in that fourth and final round himself to try and just nick that one if he could. And to be honest, given the way he looked coming out for the final round, if Wiggins had really put it on him, you could almost have seen a stoppage, to be honest. So Aegis really did need something in that fourth round.
Almost, obviously, that output was very high from the offset. You see, obviously, Aegis definitely almost left it in the first round. His tank had gone after that round, and yeah, but his chin was very good. He was getting caught with some very good eye-catching clean shots in the third and fourth round.
Well, these two posing for pictures together. Hopefully we'll get the pair of them down to ringside together for a quick chat with Umar. Paul Edwards, as I mentioned there, one of the Salisbury coaches, very experienced guy. Just looked over to us at ringside. Not the easiest one if you're leading the corner, that, when your guy's gone down twice in the first round and you've got to try and bring him round and get through to him in that kind of 40 seconds that you've really got. So the pair of them just making their way down to ringside, where they will be having a chat with Umar, who I think is ready now. Umar.
Gents, congratulations both on a great fight. We talk about classics at York Hall, that certainly was.
Yeah, that was. Listen, in the first round, I give respect to Kurt Wiggins. He took this fight on late notice. Him and his team would have looked into that. I'm a massive puncher. We found out in the first round, but I paid the ultimate price for being a big puncher. My hand went in that first round. But all respect to him, he's a great champion, great elite amateur champion, and he gave me a hell of a fight back. You know, like they said on the comments on Instagram, this could be fight of the night. Kurt, would you say that was fight of the night, brother?
Absolutely, mate. It was a fucking hell of a fight, and I'd like to run it back.
Yeah.
Make a few adjustments, go back.
This time it should be for a title, because that is a title fight between us two. Absolutely, you know. 100%. And listen, when we both, like, I was in the gym, but Kurt was getting ready for this date. But to get yourself mentally, for both of us, it would be even better fight when we both got a massive camp thinking about who we're fighting each other. Do you know what I mean? So it's going to be that was a Toro Gatti Ward, so we're looking at number 2.
The only shame about that, it was only 4 rounds. I mean, that was a classic. Everyone enjoyed it in here. So, yeah, both of you want to run it back. When do you think we can do it, guys? Alfie, I might bring you in here. When can we do this again?
Oh, so do you know what? Listen, I was apprehensive about it. After he come back in the second round, went like that with his hand, I thought, God, thank goodness for us, it was 4 rounds, honestly. But what a fantastic fight. Karim's fight got pulled 2 weeks. We were supposed to fight 2 weeks later. He got pulled. Kurt didn't have an opponent. Put them both together. They didn't have to take this fight tonight. That has got to be run back, and that's got to be run back for a title. I think my man won. Dave thinks his man won.
Whoa, no. Let's get in the way here, lad. Let's get in the way. I think Kurt did enough in that, but I thought, what a fight between 2 guys. And what respect for both of them for taking this fight. We don't see enough of this in boxing. They've done it here on Box Nation on a small little show. What an absolutely amazing.
And do you know what
amazing
fight. Do you know what it is? 2 top amateurs as well. Top amateurs, and they've gone in their second fight. Let's run it again.
Guys, well done. Classic tonight. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, they're talking about running it again. I'll tell you what, I'd see it again. That was an instant classic, Gareth A. Davis.
Yeah, well, you have to applaud Wiggins coming back after that first round. 2 knockdowns, his tensile strength. Dagenham versus Liverpool again. Magic dust from your call, Ezra. We saw it there in 12 minutes of non-stop action. And I agree with the draw. You?
I do as well, man, but I feel like, you know, Wiggins and Aegis, they had a good account of themselves. That was an amazing fight. It's what people come to your call for. It's what we've seen. I said it was going to be a tear-up. They tore it up. They definitely did tear it up.
How impressive is it to come back from 2 knockdowns in the first round, to actually finish the fight in the ascendancy? I was like, where's round 5? Give me round 6. I wanted more and more, Gareth. But impressive, right?
Very impressive, and in many, many young people, they get the call of the warrior. And this man lost his father in 2020, and his father encouraged him into the sport. He is gone now, and he will say a prayer to his father tonight, because he was delivering for what his father has encouraged and inspired him to do.
No, absolutely, and Karim Aegis, by the way, has lost his brother recently as well. Both fighting for so much more. An emotional fight tonight, and a draw, probably the right result. Let's head back, because we're going to keep the action going here. Let's head over to Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Costa Rica by way of Nicaragua, Jose Manuel Perez.
Jose Manuel Perez, mostly boxed in Costa Rica and Nicaragua early on, but has become a regular in the UK over the last couple of years. This is his 10th fight on these shores, his 6th this year. Had a win in May in Scotland against a 9-0 fighter in Craig Morgan, a first-round knockout. A couple of months before that, he got stopped in the 4th by Royston Barney Smith, who, as we know, is a talented fighter.
And please welcome from Stepney Green, London, Farrag Udin.
Farrag Udin is from just down the road. You can walk to Stepney Green in about 15 minutes, so he's brought plenty of support here. He's 7-0, all learning fights so far. Just the one stoppage, but he's been in with opponents who don't generally get stopped, so you can't read much into that. His last outing was at the start of March against Christian Narvaez, who is of a similar kind of ilk to Perez, to be honest, in terms of his boxing background and the way he goes about things. Narvaez won a couple of rounds in that one and put it down in the first round, so this could be a good watch, I think.
Our next bout this evening presented by Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing and our sponsors York Barbell and Sopper's House is a 6-3-minute rounds contest in the lightweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 12 wins, 9 by way of KO, 15 losses and 1 draw to his name, weighing in 9 stone, 4 pounds, and tonight he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from Costa Rica, by way of Nicaragua, Jose Manuel Perez. And moving across the ring into the blue corner with an unbeaten 7 wins, won by way of KO, weighing in 9 stone, 5 pounds. And tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Stepney Green, London, Farrag Udin. Your referee in charge is Mr. Kieran McCann, now giving his final instructions.
Lads, give me your arms. Listen up, you both know the rules. You will obey my commands at all times. When I tell you to break, break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close. And most importantly, lads, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
So, 6th rounder, Farrag Udin. Black shorts, black boots, blue gloves. Perez has got predominantly black shorts as well, and also black boots, but he's got the red gloves. Udin is not hanging around here. Launches an all-out attack, and he almost went down there, Perez. You could argue that he was maybe sitting on that bottom rope, and the referee could have given the knockdown because the ropes were keeping him up, but he didn't give it, and he's come flying out of the traps at 1,000,000 miles an hour here, Farrag Udin, and I don't think Perez was really expecting it. It's great entertainment, and eventually he does go down. The referee takes up the counter, gives the knockdown. It started with a punch, and then there was maybe a little bit of a push, and he's not going to make it. He's not going to get up, Perez. I think he's absolutely bamboozled, to be honest with you, by the start that Udin made there. As soon as the bell went, he was all over him like a rat.
He was all over him. It was almost shock where he went back, and like you say, it's like he was sat on the ropes. Just there, just a barrage of shots. A cuffing sort of right hand over the temple, I think, the top of the head, sent him to the floor, Perez. I just thought, he probably knew more of that was coming, and do you know what? Didn't fancy it tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. He was directly above us, wasn't he? And generally he's pretty durable, as I outlined on the ring walk, but he got caught cold, maybe buzzed a little bit, hard for us to tell. And you can tell sometimes when a fighter just doesn't really want any more. He was on his knees, and I don't want to be too critical. He could have beaten that count if he'd wanted to.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there, Andy. He looked like he could have beaten that count, but I saw him look up, and I just thought, you know, he's not standing up from that.
And you can see him in the corner there with the gloves just spread wide on the ropes, and he's going to beat a hasty retreat into the dressing rooms and get checked out by the doctor because he's been stopped. But what a win from Farrag Udin. I said he hasn't had many stoppages, and he's made an absolute nonsense of that in there tonight.
41 seconds of round 1. Jose Manuel Perez has failed to beat the referee's count. The winner in the blue corner from Stepney Green, London, Farrag Udin.
So the 31-year-old goes to 8-0, and when you sell tickets like he does, then you will always be welcome on any card pretty much by any promoter. That's the way this business works, and when you try and bring it in the way that he did again, you're going to endear yourself to the promoter. We just need him to wend his way around the right-hand side of the ring now to come and have a quick chat with Umar. I don't think he's really used to this kind of stage, to be honest, because Steve Dunkley, our photographer, is trying to get him back in the ring for some more photos, but he's going to do the interview first. Here he is with Umar.
Well, Farrag, sensational that. I couldn't ask for a better night.
Yeah, it's been alright though. You know what it is? Like, it got to my head, innit? Like, the song wasn't right. But obviously, I had to my anger out. I normally start slow, but you know what? It's alhamdulillah, like, Allah made this happen, you know? Towards to God, you know, I want to thank God. I want to thank all my sponsors. And you know what? I get 10 grand because my sponsor down there said if I did get a knock, he didn't believe in me. I'll get 10 grand. Yo, Ali.
Where is he?
Ali, 10 grand, yeah? He gave me 10 grand. This one down there, 10 grand. He's giving me 10 grand. Take me LV shopping in the morning. I didn't mean for it to happen. You know what? Allah's the greatest, and he wanted me to do this. You wanted me to smack him up. I done it. I didn't mean to do it. I want to start slow, but the music went right, so he pissed me off. It got to my head. It got to my head, and I had to, I had to take my anger out. Listen, 10 grand. This one here, he's got me 10 grand.
What are you going to spend the 10 bags on?
And we had a brand new pair of LV shoes, LV jacket. We're going shopping, LV. Where we going? Where we going? LV, Triple S claims, Mayfair claims there. Back to Mayfair claims, come on.
Sonny's standing here. What do you want next, Farrag? What do you want next?
You know what I want. You know what I want. You know what I want. You know, it's all. Look, if Allah wants, Allah knows best. Like God knows best. If He wants to get a title, the title will come. You know what I mean? So let's see, innit? It's all in God's hands.
You couldn't have asked for anything better than tonight, surely, though.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, back to the guys in the studio.
Well, that was Farrag Udin, and that was fiery. It was fabulous, and it was all over pretty fast. Gareth, impressed?
Yeah, very impressed, but that's Ezra. When you catch someone cold at the beginning of a fight, you've got bad intentions, and he said it there in the interview.
He had the worst intentions, man. Udin came out like somebody stole his lunch money. He weren't playing around, and he got the job done. I seen him, he looked a bit frustrated, but you can't expect to run at someone and put that performance in and not expect them to get them out. So, congratulations to Udin.
And by the way, the guy that he was fighting, he doesn't get stopped very often. Royston Barney-Smith, he had him out of there. You kind of expect it with a super prospect like Royston Barney-Smith. Farrag Udin jumping on him in the first round, bit of a statement.
Yeah, and I think the Costa Rican had fought 3 times in June. I think it was his 6th or 7th fight this year. Tested journeyman, like you say, 15 losses, I think, 12 wins on his record, but only been stopped a couple of times. That's a valedictory moment. That's a flag in the ground for Udin. I love it.
It's the sort of win that will give him a lot of confidence. If that guy doesn't get stopped often, and he, by the way, that's only Farrag Udin's 2nd knockout, to do it against a guy like that must feel good.
It was great. It was great to see, to be honest, because we don't see that often, right? And you can see that Udin was a man on a mission, and he got it completed in seconds, really and truly. You should be proud of it. You know, you don't get stopped, and he got him out of there, so well done.
I also love the fact that he had a following in here tonight, and they were with him, and they'll follow his journey. And we have seen that since Nazim Hamid, since Amir Khan, since the Yafai brothers. There's that building. They've got the Bengali community. We're in the heart of the Bengali community, the Asian community here in British Asians are coming strong, Dev, in the sport.
They are indeed, Gareth. I feel like they charged up Farrag tonight. I wonder if Kaisy Kadhemi will be charged up tonight, because he's done a lot of tickets. He'll have a lot of fans here. They normally will him to victory. Do you think they can do it tonight?
Well, we were sitting in our positions there, just behind the camera, away from the lights, and Kaisy Kadhemi's just wandering around like he's in a shopping mall, greeting people, walking around, taking pictures with people. Umar from Box Nation said to Umar, our interviewer, said, do you know what? He's a bit too relaxed, but I like that about him, because he's going to need to be relaxed and not too fired up tonight, because for me, Ryan Farrag is his biggest test, in spite of losing the IBO flyweight title, super flyweight title recently. Flyweight it was, yeah.
Well, it's an interesting point, Gareth, and let's get the fighter insight there. When you're leading up to your fights, do you go for a little walk? Do you go for a few selfies with your fans, or are you in the zone? Like, what's it like for you?
I do, man. I'm relaxed. You know, at that time, it's time to enjoy it. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. It's not really nervous energy as such. I want to go and see the people who come out and supported me. I want to relax. They give me energy as well, you know. And I go out there, and then I go in the back and I focus and do what I need to do. When you're training so hard, you want to be able to enjoy it, every little bit of it, and speak to your people before, speak to your people after, and I see Kaisy Kadhemi doing that, man. And you know what? I came here last time and seen him have a great fight, amazing fight. So I feel like he's already done this before, so he can soak it up in the best way possible. He knows what works for him, and clearly I feel like it's gonna work.
And you know what? There's a theatre stage just above us there. It's an old theatre at the end of the day, even though it's called the Leisure Centre. The truth is, if you sit in one of those tiny back rooms just below just like 20 metres away from us, all you can hear is screams and shouting here. It's a bear pit in here. You might as well come in here and soak it all up.
Yeah. Well, look, he was certainly soaking it all up. Ryan Farrag will, I'm sure, be looking to make sure that Kaisy Kadhemi is soaking up a lot of shots tonight. Ryan Farrag competed at a higher level, former European champion, and you really think toughest test of Kaisy Kadhemi's career?
Yeah, well, you've got to look, even though know Farrag had time out through the pandemic. He had 4 years away from the sport from 2019 to 2023. We know his record dictates that he's a great fighter. He's a tensile strength fighter. He's a boxer, he's not a knockout merchant. He beat Luke Campbell in the amateurs, and we know that Luke went on to win Olympic gold in London in 2012. We know that Farrag went 10 rounds with Sonny Edwards recently. In recent years, he went 12 rounds with Ryan Burnett. He's a bigger fighter naturally. He's fought at bantamweight. What Kays has got to do tonight is be very careful about the start of the fight. He's got to work his way into the contest, in my view.
Well, it's that, but also that fight against Jackson Chalker. You say you were here for that fight. Must have been a heartbreaking loss, because all of the build-up to that was this guy could become Afghanistan's first ever world champion. Didn't go for him that night.
It didn't, but again, like I said to you before, some of these boxers tonight are putting a good account for himself, and Kaisy Kadhemi definitely did that. He had a tough opponent in front of him. He was game, and unfortunately, he didn't get to make history. But you know, he's back on the ladder to do that, and I feel like he's got it in the bag, man. He's got experience, but I feel like tonight, the man who can execute the experience better is the man who's going to win tonight.
The other thing about Kaisy is I love his backstory. This 2002 story where he and members of his family fled the Taliban. They fled persecution in Afghanistan. They managed all of them to get into a truck at the port of Calais, came over to the UK. He battled for citizenship here. That took him 9 years. These are the kind of narratives that the public want to hear about, but they're also the making of people. He's on a mission, and as Ollie Bessel told us earlier tonight, it's a make or break night for him. I think it's 8 title fights in a row he's had. He's carried a lot of weight in his life. I mean, we love these kind of stories. It brings to mind Reza Ali getting out of Iran. These guys fleeing persecution and rising, the redemption stories.
Hey,
that's why it's redemption tonight.
Yeah. Absolutely. And listen, on the Kaisy Kadhemi, the story, the amazing story that you've just touched upon there, worse than what most of us could even dream of, what he's gone through. He got to Germany, right, and there was thoughts of, should we just stop here? But no, they wanted to get to the UK, they wanted to finish the story, and that's what tonight's about. He's not just going to stop at a Commonwealth title should he win it. He wants to finish the story. He wants to become the first world champion from Afghanistan.
And I feel like he's got the potential to do it, man. You know what the beautiful thing about boxing is? We all have a story. And it's how we channel that energy when we get in that ring. And I've seen Kaisy Kadhemi fight like he wants to be. And he really, really wants to be the first world champion of Afghanistan.
And when you're fighting at 51 kilos and he fought that world title fight at 112 pounds. Wow, it's hot in here. At 112 pounds, I swelteringly sweat. He fought at 112 pounds against Kaisy, and he's got that extra 3-4 pounds makes such a difference, and that will have made a difference. I mean, he looks fantastic this week, doesn't he?
He looks good, and you talk about the extra pounds. Now, he only took that fight because it was a world title fight. That was his opportunity to go and do it at flyweight. Didn't work out, not the weight for him. Back at his weight tonight, how important is it that he's at a weight that he is comfortable at, he knows how to make, he knows what he can do in there?
Well, I feel like he's got the advantage, man. You know, he came up short because he was in unknown territory. Tonight is his night. He's been here before, he's had the weight all through his career, and I feel like he's probably feeling good and ready for it, you know, so we're probably going to see the best Kaisy Kadhemi tonight.
I think that's a very good point, Ezra, about pacing himself. He hadn't gone the distance, he hadn't done 10, 12 rounds with regularity, and I think those moments that you learn in your career that you take into the next fight. Look at Daniel Dubois, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Look what he learned against Alexander Usyk. Look what he learned against Joe Joyce. They called him the Q word. He came back. He won a title against Trevor Bryan. He took himself to Poland and put up, I think, a brilliant performance against Alexander Usyk. Look what Usyk's done since and before that in many ways. And then he learned from Jarrell Miller, he learned from Hrgovic, and he takes something very special potentially into something we might talk about next week. And that's what learning is about in those instances. You have to take every opportunity. In boxing, it's a building block. You look at people like George Foreman, who'll tell you that there's no university degree in becoming heavyweight champion in the world. You're suddenly there. And it's the same for any champion in any weight division. once you're there, you're on a learning curve, and it's a process, isn't it?
100% a process, and I think it don't come with a rule book, it don't come with any paths. You have to make your own one, create your own story. You know, you're saying a great point on Danny the Bar, how he's bounced back. Champions are made in a fire, and Kaisy Kadhemi's been there, and I'm looking forward to what his opponent's got to bring as well. But like you said, everyone can make their own story.
Listen, and on Ryan Farrag, his story has evolved somewhat as well. We talk about that time that he was away. Within that time he was away, he met a girl, he had a child, he's now a family man. He told me that now he's not just fighting for him, he is fighting for the child, he's fighting to put food on the table. Ezra, what does that mean?
It means a lot, man. It means a lot, and I can relate to it, man. I have a family of my own. I've got family, friends, people that I want to provide for, people I want to do this for. It's not just me anymore. And you know that there, you know when you need to dig deep in that ring, you start remembering and you start go back to your corner and you see the people that are there rooting for you. So whenever it gets hard, you know that they will give you that energy. And it's so important, so vital. The support in boxing is incredible. Even the people around here now making boxing what it is now, it's important. And I feel like, again, I keep saying about Kaisy Kadhemi because I know his support. I even fought, I think, on our first Frank Warren show that I fought on, he fought against that person he had a trilogy with. What was it again?
Ijaz Ahmed.
That was
I
crazy.
thought they were going to move in together. They fought each other so much, by the way.
And it was a loss and 2 draws he had against him. But what he learned from it was more special than having 3 W's against him. I think you've suggested, or Umar, our interviewer suggested, they might have a quadrilogy. But they've said, no, we don't want a quadrilogy. We both want to move on. To your point and your point about becoming a father, survival instincts, wanting to provide for people, it takes another layer. It's not about you anymore, is it?
It's not. It's when you have to take yourself out, and that's boxing's full of ego. You got to remove that ego and do it for other people, man. You got to find your motivation. My motivation for my people, my family. You know, Ryan Farrag is doing it for his family as well, and we got to go in there and fight like our lives on the line for the yard.
Well, listen, we know that you're back on July 20th. You're in Birmingham. You're part of Frank Warren's Magnificent 7 show. I don't think an opponent's been announced yet, but one thing we do know is that you do intend to bring the fireworks. Tell me if I'm wrong, Ezra.
100%, man, 100%. I feel good now. I'm 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out for the fight, 2 weeks out, I've got more training. But I've already locked in, I'm focused, man. I already see myself picking up that title. It's just how I'm going to do it, that's all. You know why? Because I've got people to provide for, I've got people to make proud, and I've got to do it for myself as well. And I can't wait, man. I'm really looking forward to it.
And I want permission to take my jacket off in the next segment. I'm going shirt sleeve order. Hairy chest and medals out.
We may need to do a chest hair check. We may need to even do an odour check. We will do these checks. You don't care about the odour, but you probably care about the chest hair. Tell me this, Ezra, right? So we're going to see you July 20th. We haven't announced the opponent yet. We know there's fireworks coming. Where do you see yourself in this brilliant, vibrant, light heavyweight mix at the moment in this country?
It's great, man. I can't lie. I call it God's timing because I wanted fights and wanted opportunities before it was even time for me to even be there. And now it's opening up. Willie Hutchinson just won the WBC silver
belt. Look what he did.
Amazing. Well done, Willie. I got my eye on you, my man. But yeah, well done. He done his thing, and now I'm able to fight for the WBC international belt, which is a belt that I had on my screensaver last year. So just how things are coming to fruition. I'm doing my thing slowly but surely. I'm building, and 20th of July, you're going to see why I talk the talk.
It's just about being ready, isn't it? It's always about being ready. And that's what I feel about Willie Hutchinson with that win over Craig Richards. I mean, I picked him to win it. I don't know if you did.
I did.
But I just thought his boxing skills would see him through. And I do think that when opportunity knocks, you're ready and you feel and look ready. There's an energy about you. Yeah, I almost feel like tonight you're hungry to get in there watching that.
You know what, I'll be honest, I didn't think the fights were going to be as cracking as it was. I'm sorry WBM, but I'm being honest. You know, but these guys are fighting like their lives on the line, and this is what I live. I live and I love.
Well, listen, it feels like Jack McGann's career may well be on the line now, very shortly, trying to bounce back from the first ever loss of his career. He was stopped in a round by Louis Green, heartbreaking loss in Riyadh, but now it's about the get back. Let's head over to Mark Burtis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Mikolo, Poland, Łukasz Barabash.
12 defeats, joins us from Poland, but will fancy this one tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Liverpool, the Pilgrim, Jack McEgan!
And the reason that Barabash will fancy this against McEgan is because of what happened to him last time we saw him. He was knocked out in the first round by Louis Green. Green dipped through an overhand right. McEgan never saw it, wasn't braced for it, and got cleaned out. It's a difficult thing to cope with. It can go one of two ways sometimes. The idea is that he just gets back on the horse tonight, but a defeat like that, it takes some getting over.
Our next bout this evening presented by Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing and our sponsors York Barbell, Soppers House, Intelligiance and the Power of One is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 4 wins, 2 by way of knockout and 12 losses to his name, weighing in 11 stone 7 pounds, and tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Mikołaj, Poland, Łukasz Barabash. And moving over into the blue corner with 9 wins, 6 by way of knockout, 1 loss and 1 draw to his name, weighing in also 11 stone 7 pounds, and tonight he wears the black shorts with silver trim. Please welcome from Liverpool, the Pilgrim, Jack McEgan. Your referee in charge is Sean McAvoy, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, lads, 6-round contest. Keep it clean at all times. Keep yourselves protected at all times. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Goes the opening bell. And Raven, it's a really interesting one. I spent most of last year looking into the knockout and what it can do to fighters, and everybody agrees if you get caught with one that you're not braced for, that you don't really see, anyone can go. That's the game you're in. Anyone can go. That's what happened to him, but it's how you react to it that really matters. Some people could shrug it off and just say, listen, that's one of the risks. They could be philosophical about it. Other people find it a bit more difficult. We won't necessarily find out tonight, but this first ring walk, this first round after that, it's not the greatest opponent he's ever been put in with in his life, but there'll be some nerves here.
Yeah, 100%. Like you say, it's going to be a test now to see how you come back from that. And tonight will probably be a gaining confidence fight for McEgan. You know, like you say, it's not the toughest opponent he'll have faced. Barabash is a very tough opponent. He's never been stopped. So, you know, it'd just be getting back on the bike, basically, for McEgan tonight.
Exactly. Just looking for that jab early on. Barabash kind of stoops forward, dips that shaven head and looks to get low and barrel his way in and throw those strong hooks as he did there. He had a stunning knockout himself, McEgan, in his previous fight. That was at the end of last October in Saudi on the Fury and Ngannou card, and then the defeat against Green came on the AJ and Ngannou night, which featured obviously an absolutely savage, pulverising knockout from Joshua on Francis Ngannou. There's nothing quite like it when you see one. I think one thing that would have helped McEgan is that he did get up. He was never going to beat the count or be allowed to continue, but he got back on his feet and was able to stand in the middle of the ring for the announcement. And I think that could be quite critical, really, in your recovery, because you know that you had it in you to get back up, basically.
shows the character, doesn't it? Shows that fighter in you. It doesn't matter if you're down, you're still going to get up from it, and you can stay there. What I like about Barabash is that he's not afraid to throw flurries. You know, he's quite tough. You know, those Eastern Europeans tend to be very tough fighters, and it'll be good to have that, see how McEgan does react to that after coming off that knockout.
Barabash in good nick. Happy to try and get onto the inside and mix things up. McEgan with a little feint, then steps in with the jab. Be good to see him just ram that jab out, because that's what Barabash will do. He kind of walks in, his fists following his feet a bit, the feet cross. He does quite a lot wrong, but you've got to make sure you contend with that.
That's it. You've got to be really wary of what's coming at you with Barabash. You can't let that concentration dip at any point, because there's going to be a shot coming back at you. So Barabash, he likes to throw with his opponents. It'd be a really good test to see how McEgan can deal with that pressure, and then see what he can do about it. How is he going to be able to offset that pressure of Barabash and make that work for him a bit more, you know? I feel like it was a steady round from McEgan that time. Just keeping it nice and tight, trying not to get clipped with anything.
There's a nice cheeky little manoeuvre there from Barabash at the start of that replay sequence. He's kind of trapped the arm of McEgan. He looks at the referee thinking the referee's going to call break. The referee doesn't, and then he just clips him with a little uppercut. Bit of experience there. McEgan's an experienced fighter though. An MMA fighter switching over to boxing. Everybody wanted to know back in October how Ngannou was going to get on against Fury, and McEgan was telling us all, listen, do not take this guy lightly, and none of us really listened to him, to be perfectly honest. And then on the night, well, we know what happened. Looking to try and work to the body there, McEgan. That was some decent, sharp stuff. Yeah, nice to see McEgan open up a little bit more than he has done. He's obviously played it very safe, that first opening round. He's getting more on the jab this round, which is nice to see. Barabash doing some decent work. And Barabash probably won that opening round. Yeah, definitely. Sort of outworked McEgan, I'd say. Nice work with the jab there from McEgan. Followed it with an uppercut. Barabash is a real effort fighter. A lot of lateral movement, dips low at the waist. Kind of heaves the punches in, doesn't he? If you can make him offset and start again, then it takes plenty out of him. Jack just needs to keep him nice and long. At the end of that jab, them 1-2s, he's got the reach. Barabash sort of swings in, like I say, hinges at the hips and lunges forwards. I don't think McEgan needs to be stood there in the centre trading with him too much. Almost brought him onto a shortish right hand there, McEgan, as Barabash came forward. Again, just gets low there, Barabash, and then works to the body. I think this is a good choice of opponent for McEgan in his comeback, if you like. Long right hand into the body. It's nice work there from McEgan. Found a couple nice body shots, but I'd like to see just a little bit more shots coming from him. A bit more to keep Barabash off him. Stab into the pit of the stomach was a good shot there, but then a right hand got through from Barabash around the back of the guard. It's a good fight, this, actually. Busy fight. Lots being thrown. It's the final 30 seconds of round two, and like every other fight we've had tonight, this has been conducted at a really good tempo. It's had a great kind of rhythm and beat to it, this night's boxing so far. Just never quite sure what we're going to get next. Yeah, it's great that the tempo's been so high given the heat in here tonight. It's not stopped the fighters really giving it their all in the ring, which is really good to see, and shows the conditioning of the fighters tonight has been very good. little bit of a clash of heads on the inside there. He did a better job in that round, McGann, of keeping it at range. He had a better second round than he did the first round. Not an awful lot between them, but he's finding his measure, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. McGann's, like I said, if he keeps it nice and long, Barabash's shots are more swinging and loopy rather than straight. So I feel that's where he has the better advantage. As soon as he gets Barabash get in, that's where he likes to throw those shots, as you've seen on that clip there.
So into the third, McGann in the black with his surname on the belt, blue gloves, Barabash with the red gloves. And again, he's looking to try and start the round quick. Good right hand there from Barabash. He just swings in. You described it very neatly when you said he hinges at the hips, because that's exactly what he does. He'll throw that right hand and the right foot will go with it. Left hand and the left foot will go with it. But his balance as he comes forward is actually not bad. He doesn't really tip over the front of that front foot. I don't know how he doesn't, but he doesn't.
It's almost that sort of lunge in. You see his feet, he steps through with it, which stops him kind of coming over that foot, but does come very square on, does Barabash. He's had a very good flurry this round, and McGann's not had much success coming back.
No, he's really brought it this opening minute of the round, Barabash. He's gone after McGann a bit here. McGann needs to just let his hands go a little bit more, try and just pump that jab out, that straight right hand. It's geometry more than anything else. So straight shots will find the target before these wider ones, and just try and keep it a distance. Doing a better job of that now, but Barabash is digging in here, literally, with those toes into the canvas, and stamina-wise as we head towards the midway stage of round 3. A long time to go in this fight, though.
McGann has had a very good guard. He's been nice and tight. A lot's hit the gloves from Barabash, but those body shots are sneaking in. Much better the last 30 seconds from McGann here. He's let his hands go a bit more. Kept him long at times and worked in through the middle when Barabash has been leaning on him.
Again, Barabash comes forward, and McGann could maybe do with just getting off the line a bit quicker sometimes. He tends to go back in straight lines. That's a good example there, and Barabash will just keep coming and coming.
Lovely.
And that time he came straight onto a left hand to the body, and he is in massive trouble here. The referee gets to it, he gets back to his feet, but the reaction he gave us, it was like he'd been tasered. Went down onto the canvas and he cannot continue. That was some effort to get back to his feet, but the delayed reaction really is kicking in now from that body shot. That was a hell of a punch, because he was marauding forward as he had been all fight, caught him with the right hand, and then as he came in, he just pinned him perfectly with that left hand, and we saw what it did to him.
That's it. Perfect sort of textbook liver shot there.
There's the right hand that got through.
There it is, sweeping through. You see those ones almost, as you sweep that left hand through, get the liver, but you also get that floating rib, which causes that delayed reaction. You know, probably Barabash will be fine in 5 minutes, you know, but that liver shot can really stay around for a long time, and that was, yeah, just a textbook shot of that, and really good to see. McGann was very calm the whole way through. He kept nice and tight, didn't let a lot through, but at the same time it felt like he wasn't working enough, but just picked the perfect shot. Nice weight behind it.
It was a terrific finish, and that is in itself, that's a knockout. It's not the kind of one that he suffered in his previous fight, but just as I was saying that he was tending to pull back in straight lines, which in my defence he was a bit, he brought him straight onto that left hand, and he did so well, Barabash, to get back to his feet, but then you could almost see that, yeah, that delayed reaction just really hit him, and he was in agony. He's still in agony now. I think there's probably a rib fracture, maybe a couple there, maybe that floating rib. I heard it described to me once by a doctor as the floating rib essentially goes crashing into the liver, and that never sounds great, does it?
No, it's that coffin shot that kind of rips through the liver, through the body, through that floating rib, and that's what really, really gets you.
And I think that was a good choice of opponent for him too, because what he didn't need on a night like this is someone who's just going to cover up, go into their shell and cooperate. He needed someone who's going to try and give it to him, because 100%. That's what you're going to get back up at a higher level, and that's how you kind of exercise a few demons. You need someone who fancies it a bit, and Barabash definitely fancied it.
And it almost felt like you're seeing that a little bit with McEgan tonight. He was a little bit more cautious, wasn't throwing plenty, trying not to open up too much, getting caught a little bit with Barabash's cuffing shots really, and getting worked up when he had him on the ropes, but he kept his calm, he stayed tight, and then got the ultimate result.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 2 minutes 29 seconds of the third round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO in the blue corner from Liverpool, the Pilgrim, Jack McEgan.
Jack McEgan,
ladies and gentlemen,
back to winning ways. And it's good to see, because this is a rough old game. It can be absolutely brutal at times. And what happened to him in Saudi Arabia isn't something that you would wish on anyone. And I know it would have been a pretty tortuous few weeks after that, really, accepting what had happened. But that's what you sign up for. That's what you sign up for. You all know what can happen, but it doesn't necessarily make it any easier when it does.
No, obviously the hope is that it doesn't happen to you. And Jack's learning it the hard way, but, you know, great fight for him to come back to tonight.
Okay. He's just slipping through the ropes now, making his way down to ringside. Salutes the fans, and here he is with Umar.
Well, Jack McEgan, what a way to bounce back. Obviously, a difficult night in Saudi Arabia for you last time, but spectacular knockout tonight.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. It's short on that. I've got a saying, whatever happens in the gym, happens in the fight, and I've been getting people to the body, so it was nice to finally get that in the ring.
How difficult was the last fight and getting over that, Jack?
One of the hardest things in my life, to be honest with you. But it's one of them, if it wasn't that in boxing, it'd be something else. That's life, so... I'm just lucky. I've got so many good people around me, my team, my girlfriend, my mates, my family. Even Louis Green gave him his due straight over to after the fight. He messaged me today, so I wish him the best as well going forward.
We know we've got that in that locker. We've seen it before in Saudi Arabia against Duran's boy. But coming off that loss, how was the self-belief going in tonight and, you know, getting that knockout victory?
It's pretty. Your self-belief's always there, you know, but I'm a champion at the end of the day. If the definition of boxing isn't getting down and getting back up and going again, then I don't know what is. So that's all I've done. I'm a fighter. We get up, we dust off, and we go again. And it was tough, and it won't be the last tough thing I'm going to go through, but it won't be the last bit of greatness again either.
Robert, how proud are you of this man?
I'm really proud. I mean, his last fight in Saudi, I've never seen a fighter so disappointed. I mean, it did affect him, obviously. But he got caught cold. In that fight, he got caught cold. But we've got absolute, you know, so much faith in him. We know what this man can do. He can hit. He lives in the gym. He's one of the easiest people to work with. And I'm just so proud of him and so happy.
What's next, Jack?
We just go back to the drawing board. We knew that we had to come back, get a win, dust off. But I was straight back in the gym, and you know, I know I can hang with all these lads, and that was a blip behind me. Everyone has blips, and just like everyone else, I'll move forward. So whatever comes. But I'll put the heart and soul into it like I always do.
You've got that dynamite in those hands, so anyone you get in the ring with, you're a danger, Jack.
Yeah, 100%, and that's one of the that's one of the reasons why when I am down, I can turn it around quick. Because if I get a few knockouts, I'm right back there then, do you know what I mean? So I'm lucky I've got that in the arsenal, but you know, I'm not a one-trick pony. I'm working on my boxing all the time. So I'm just taking a step every step I can to be the full package.
Be fighting on Box Nation as well. Nice.
Yeah, you know, someone said to me before, this is your first time on Box Nation, and before that I didn't think of it, but it is it's another box I can tick. So hopefully I can be back out on this again.
What do you want to see him do next, Robert?
Well, you know, we're not going to rush him on him. We know what Jack can do. We'll sit down, we'll have a talk, see what he feels like. Obviously, Alfie will talk, and then, you know, we'll go from there. But, you know, we're looking for a title or something, I would have thought, by the end of the year.
Sounds good. Thank you. Well done, Jack. Well done, Robert.
You still owe me over 400 grand. You're too stressed. That's bad for your chi and karma.
I am being tailed. I've seen them like 4 or 5 times. That's not to mention the times that I haven't spotted them. They're getting good these days.
You're insured, aren't you? No, I'm not. Who doesn't have insurance? What's he like?
I don't know.
I'm going to need you two to strip so I can tie you up.
Naked?
What, you deaf and stupid? Yes, naked. Do you like my hair?
I don't think anyone's ever lived to tell the tale.
Are you still family?
All right, lads. Any chance of a drive-through?
Yes, I need to see a little bit of Bermondsey's house. Didn't that look good? I'll probably stream that tonight. But one thing I will certainly be watching back is that impressive KO win there from Jack McEgan. There's something about landing a left hook to that part of the body. Lucas Barabash will be feeling that tomorrow, the day after that. Impressive punch as retained.
100%, man. That was amazing from Jack McEgan. I can't lie, I feel like he was a bit under the cosh throughout the whole fight. And this is why boxing is beautiful, man. He just picks out that beautiful shot. That's a shot that he's going to feel for maybe a few days, you know. And to survive a liver shot, a perfectly timed one, you got to be made out of something in DNA, I tell you that for free.
Absolutely. Barabash tried to go on, but his brain told his body it just wasn't going on. It's the perfect punch, isn't it? And it's the perfect headline for Jack McEgan to create after beating Roberto Duran Jr. in a very high-profile Fury Ngannou Battle of the Baddest event, and then losing to Louis Green in dramatic style by knockout himself in the Anthony Joshua Francis Ngannou fight. Redemption tonight, and he's redeemed himself.
It's exactly that, and Lucas Barabash is a tough man. I've watched him take on Sean Noakes, I've watched him against James Hennigan. He never stops coming forward, and he's never been stopped. That will do an awful lot for the confidence of Jack McEgan.
100%, man. Barabash, he's nothing to play with, man. And you know what the beauty about this sport is, again, is that these journeymen, they have so much experience, and if they want to turn it up, they can really turn it up, and then you really have to pull out something out the bag, and that's exactly what McEgan did in a perfect way.
And you've got to remember, this is a guy converting from mixed martial arts to boxing with the ambition of being one of the very few, if not the first, to be a world champion or even a British champion at middleweight and then go on. I mean, I like what they're saying about him, WBM, about moving him on, getting him in a title shot. I know they want to, they're very ambitious. His father, of course, Anthony McEgan, was once the manager of people like Michael Bisping, the former middleweight champion in the UFC. He was a terror in mixed martial arts, where you win fights and lose fights, of course, and he'd been on a great winning streak until that moment against Green. I thought he was a bit gun-shy in there tonight as well. Barabash was coming off a KO victory last time, and you could see his confidence. And how your confidence seesaws as a fighter, doesn't it?
It does. It can go up, it can go down, it can work for you in both ways, I feel like. And tonight it worked in Jack McEgan's favour, because I feel like he probably had to bide his time a bit. And I feel like he understood that he was under pressure from the last outing and when he was in that ring tonight, but he managed to find a shot that I believe he needed as well.
And can I just say, what a show it's been so far tonight. You know, Warren Boxing Management here on Box Nation. They're bringing the good times, the good nights back to Box Nation, Gareth.
Well, as we said from the very top of the show, we've got a fantastic super flyweight Commonwealth title coming up very soon. But we've also got the magic dust of East London, Bethnal Green, York Hall, the flavour of great fights of the past, the historicity of the place, and they're all living up to that expectation tonight.
Look, they certainly are. You're talking about flavour. Let's hear the latest flavour from RMC Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Croydon, Trevor Palmer!
Two wins and one defeat for Trevor Palmer. Made his debut back in late 2018 and then was out of the ring for almost 4 years. His last in action here, that was last June. Plying his trade in the away corner tonight.
And please welcome into the ring from Waterlooville, Hampshire, Lloyd Farington!
Lloyd the Animal Farington has brought a few up with him from Waterlooville. The last time I saw him was 2 years ago at the Senior Elite quarter-finals and semi-finals, not far from here actually, at the University of East London. He won his quarter-final, lost his semi-final to a Berkeley fighter called Dan Towan, who then went on to win the competition. But I remember looking at him, Raven, and thinking he's young, he's aggressive, and he's good. And I might be hearing more about him in the future. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got for us tonight. He still looks very fresh-faced at 20 years old.
Our next bout this evening presented by Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing and our proud sponsors York Barbell, Soppers House, Intelligiance and the Power of One. This is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the super middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in 11 stone, 12 pounds. And tonight, he wears the green shorts with a record of 2 wins, 1 loss. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Croydon, Trevor Palmer! And across the ring in the blue corner, with an unbeaten 4 wins from 4. Weighing in also 11 stone, 12 pounds. And tonight, he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from Waterlooville, Hampshire, the Animal, Lloyd Farington! Your referee in charge, Mr. Kieran McCann, will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Right, gentlemen, listen up. You both know the rules and you will obey my commands at all times. When I tell you to break clean, take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close. And most importantly, lads, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
Touch of gloves, and we can only hope that this is like everything else that we've seen tonight so far, because it's been a very, very entertaining evening. It really has. In the black, Lloyd Farington. In the yellow, green and black, the Jamaican colours. Boxing out of the southpaw stands, Trevor Palmer.
Straight away you can see that very amateur pedigree, I feel, from Farington, coming straight in with a 1-2 kind of backhand to the body of that southpaw stance of Palmer. But you can see why he did well in those elite contests.
It's always interesting going to those stages of the competition, quarter-finals, semi-finals, because you know who the names are, you know who's fancied to win, and every now and again you see someone, or I'm always kind of looking out for people who don't win, but you look at them and think, you're probably more suited to professional boxing. And he was one of them. Just loses his balance there as he reaches for a right-hander touch. Good left hand there from Palmer, and this is a good contest because Palmer's in the away corner, but make no mistake, he has absolutely come here to win.
Sort of battle of that front foot, isn't it?
Just got caught a little bit tall and square as he was coming in there, Farington. And then a nice long left hand there from Palmer lands as well. And this is good stuff midway through round one. Just explain to us the battle that's going on with the front feet there between the orthodox and the southpaw, because we always talk about how you want to get your foot on the outside of your opponent's foot, but why? Why is it important?
It helps you get that range and let go of that backhand, your power shot or sensing, get it through the opponent's guard. You know, that battle of the front foot, if you get that outside, you've then also got your out.
Looks to try and throw that left hook and then reaches for the right hand. The right hand for the orthodox fighter against the southpaw has got further to travel, and we've seen Farington a couple of times throw it and really reach for it, chase it in a bit. He kind of did it there, but he had the range slightly better, whereas that left hand, which ordinarily has got further to travel, that's the shorter route, isn't it?
I feel like with the southpaws, they have that advantage of being opposed to an orthodox fighter a lot more often than an orthodox is to a southpaw.
Final few seconds of round one, and not been much in this opener. He's picked some good punches, Palmer. Farington made a nice aggressive start. He's looked to really kind of make the running. Palmer's, for the most part, been counter-punching, but maybe the cleaner shots came from the red corner, actually.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nip-and-tuck round, wasn't it? I liked the counters from Palmer were quite sharp, you know, that left hand straight down the middle. Nice right there from Farington. There, that was the one you're saying. Farington came in just a bit square and got caught with that sort of little sharp lefty hook from Palmer.
Well, that was a good opening round, and again, this is another really good match. 4-0, Lloyd Farington, 2-1, Travois Palmer, but he's taken his fight in the away corner because he wants to kickstart his career, make something happen for himself after a start pro journey up until this point. Short right hand there from Farington, who took his feet in just a bit closer. Palmer just short with the jab.
Nice double jab right coming in. Caught Palmer on the ropes there.
Little feint there from Farington. Got that nice wide stance. Let his hands go there. Didn't quite catch Palmer, who was at range. Palmer steps in, finds the left of the body.
Exchange.
Farington, good solid right hand there though.
feel like Farington's just found that range with Palmer now, where in the first round he was a little bit out with that backhand, where he's landing it a lot more this round.
When he doubles up on the jab and moves in behind that, then his feet are close enough. I think he's accepted the fact that if he's going to land that right hand, he's going to be in punching range and something's going to come back, obviously, but that's the business.
That's it.
Good left hand there again from Palmer as he just came up there. Farington again, he's a little bit square and he timed it well there, Palmer. Again, this really is a good fight. Just over a minute remaining in round 2. They're scheduled for 6. Referee just having a word with Palmer about the forearm. They were kind of both at it a bit in that clinch. It was quite interesting that, actually. On that inside, they were allowed to work it out, and they were both just trying to assert themselves. Farington was trying to get on top of Palmer a bit there and try and make him understand that he's a physically stronger, and Palmer just wouldn't really have it.
No, it was really nice toe-to-toe action. Left
Well,
hook
it looked like he
there,
might have
caught.
touched down there, Palmer. It looked like the glove might just have touched down. The referee let it go. He then kind of half turned his back. I think he was caught with one from Farington. Final few seconds of the round, Farington steps off. Well, that was an interesting incident. You look at the legs there of Palmer, they're not absolutely steady. There was a punch that landed, and then maybe his glove just brushed the canvas. It didn't really keep him up, but it might have touched down, and if it did, then it should have been called. Nice left hook, maybe that was the one that did the damage.
I thought it was. Hopefully we'll see it here. Sure, I think it was the left hook that did it, which sort of spun Palmer. Legs a bit unsteady, and yeah, did he? I thought he may have touched the glove, but it might not have quite gone down.
But that's the first real dent, isn't it? And Farrington's made it.
That's it. So it's starting to get that range on Palmer. Palmer's still landing really nice backhands, where Farrington's just coming in a bit square and getting caught with his hands a bit low.
So very strong finish to the second round there from Farington. Into the third. Dips his knees along with that right hand into the body. Keeps that lead hand low, Palmer, but can throw a decent jab. Snuck one through there and then hooked off it. Farington just setting his feet on the inside and looking to set about Palmer a bit there.
So every time Farington kind of comes in and lands a good shot, Palmer's straight on that reaction and landing his own, but great jab in there, big heavy ones there from Farington.
And then he reset and threw the hook. He's not really hooking off the jab. He throws that single jab and then throws a hook. Steps in with a right followed by a left, and down goes Palmer. And he went down heavy there. He was dumped onto his back, enmeshed in the ropes. And the corner have decided that enough is enough. They know that he was probably still a bit buzzed from that previous round. The minute in between rounds maybe wasn't really long enough. And then Farington took it to him in that third round, and he puts him down hard here. Lovely jab, as you mentioned. There's the hook.
There's that left hook, little flurry, and that left hook got him there right on the chin of Palmer, sent him down to the canvas. He got up fairly quick, but he didn't look with it still when he got up. I think probably a good call there from the corner. So he was going to make that count. He looked okay, but like he wasn't quite there in the head still.
No, I make you right, and the corner would have had a good look at him in between rounds. The lights were on, but he wasn't really home, was he?
No.
And that's a good performance from Farington. He's a strong, muscular kind of fighter, but there's some decent basics and fundamentals there, some decent technique. There's a lot to work on at this stage. There always is, but he's 20. there's plenty to like about him.
That's it. He's young. He's still growing. Essentially, you know, there's still time. He's only going to get stronger and better as he learns and progresses through. But yeah, really good performance and nice finish to the fight there.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute 3 seconds of round 3, the contest has been stopped. The winner by TKO in the blue corner from Waterlooville, Hampshire, Lloyd the Animal Farington.
Farington with the win, an embrace between the two.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the brave and gallant Trevor Palmer.
And credit to Palmer, because you saw the shape that he came in. He came to win. He came to win. Physically, Farington, the bigger of the two, and he did make that count, but kind of impressive the way he dropped him with that left hand. So it didn't travel all that far, did it really?
No.
But it hit him on the button.
It was a short, in-range, choppy left hook that, like you say, just found him on the button there. But, it was very competitive, that first round. You could probably swing that round towards Palmer with the cleaner shots landing.
Okay, here he is. He's down ringside and ready to talk to Umar.
Farington, what a way to get your first stoppage win. Incredible fight, that.
Oh yeah, cheers, thank you. But no, it was good to finally get it on the belt, definitely. I've been trying for so long, but yeah, finally there.
Yeah, at times it was a good fight. I think Palmer was countering really well at times, but you held your nerve, picked your shots, and a brutal finish.
Yeah, no, well, it was very tricky, very awkward, and I sort of took me a little time to adjust. But once I saw what was working, started digging to the body a bit, and then I found the shot.
Of course, you're very happy, but I see three very happy men over there, the Triple F guys, the Frankums. What's it like working with them?
Oh no, they're it's a dream come true working with them, really, because they couldn't do enough for me. They've got me out 5 times in the last 12 months, so they're really hard working. They do everything they can for me, so it's great.
And fighting live on Box Nation as well, close to the main event, a real statement. Lots of people watching. That's going to propel you moving forward, Lloyd.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping so. I wanted to be on these Box Nation shows. I thought it was an amazing opportunity. I couldn't let it down, so I'm definitely glad I've done it, and bigger and better things now.
What is next?
I mean, I don't have a clue, to be honest. Yeah, that's not really my job. That's the guys at Triple F. But now I'm ready for anything.
Pushing for titles maybe early next year, Lloyd?
Yeah, no, that's definitely the plan. 100%. We definitely want to go for some titles next year. But I'm glad I got my first 6 rounder out of the way. I mean, I only done, was it 3? Was it round 3? Yeah. But no, it was great. No, I'm just looking forward to whatever comes next now.
Maybe a bit of a party tonight.
Say again?
Maybe a bit of a party tonight, Lloyd.
I'll have a pizza party. That's about it.
Thank you. What I made.
You still owe me over 400 grand. You're too stressed. That's bad for your chi and karma.
I am being tailed. I've seen them like 4 or 5 times. That's not to mention the times that I haven't spotted them. They're getting good these days.
You're insured, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Who doesn't have insurance? What's he like?
I don't know.
I'm going to need you two to strip so I can tie you up.
Naked?
What, you deaf and stupid? Yes, naked. Do you like my hair?
I don't think anyone's ever lived to tell the tale.
He is still family.
All right, lads. Any chance of a drive-through?
Well, I'll tell you, there is something in the air tonight. Fighters that don't normally get stopped are getting stopped. Fighters that don't normally get stoppages are getting stoppages. Gareth, what on earth is going on?
Well, it's the beauty of opportunity knocking, and people are taking it. Farington had 4 wins before this, all on points, but he really made it, even though at your call, he made it the Battle of Waterlooville in there. Very rough outside, Palmer winning the first round, but he was over him, Ezra, like a horrible rash, and it paid off for him.
Horrible rash, he couldn't stop itching, man. It was crazy. It was great. That was a great stoppage for Farington. I thought that that's going to do his confidence a world of good. But like you said, man, it's something in the air, and you put to drop my mic and jump in here myself right now, man. These fights are already delivering, man. WBM, well done.
Well, tell you what, we can't have you jumping in next, because next is the main event. It is Kaisy Kadhemi, it is Ryan Farrag. They're a lot smaller than you, Ezra, but tell me how much you're looking forward to this fight.
I can't wait, man. I can't. You know what? I've been looking forward to each fight more and more and more, and I feel like this has probably been the greatest undercard for an amazing main card. You know, the main event, and I've been saying about Kaisy Kadhemi, he's got a story, things to fight for, and so there's Farrag, so we're going to see what's going to happen now, but I'm excited, man.
Yeah, the 2 most kind of decorated fighters on the cards. As you say, it's been a special night so far, and there is that feeling in the way they've been with each other all week that they both want to deliver something special. We know that Kaisy's going to be tested by Farrag. We know his greater experience. We know he's been against bigger, kind of more decorated opponents himself. So here we go.
Well, without further ado, it is now time for your main event. Let's head over to Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening, the vacant Commonwealth Super Flyweight Championship. Please welcome into the ring from Liverpool, Ryan Farrag.
Ryan Farrag, a very good, very experienced fighter. A been there and done it kind of a guy, a former European champion of bantamweight. 5 defeats, but you look at fighters he's lost to: Lee Haskins, Ryan Bennett, Sonny Edwards, all went on to become world champions. Kareem Guerfi became a 2-weight European champion. Marswell Braithwaite, who beat him for this title back in June last year. Now the British champion. 36 he may be, but he's still able to do super flyweight. That's testament to the condition that he's kept himself in for all of these years.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from East Ham by way of Afghanistan, Kaisy Kadhemi. with Trinity Entertainment Boxing and our proud sponsors, York Barbell, Soppers House, Intelligiants and the Power of One are proud to present the main event of the evening. 12 3-minute rounds for the vacant Commonwealth Super Flyweight Championship here from the York Hall in London's East End. Your officials have been appointed by the Commonwealth Boxing Council. Your supervisor is Debbie Down, and your 3 scoring judges at ringside are Mr. Mark Bates, Mr. Terry O'Connor, and Mr. Lee Every. Your timekeeper at the bell is Mr. Mark Shannon. And when the action begins, your referee in charge is Mr. Reese Carter. And now to introduce the contestants. Firstly, in the red corner, with 21 wins, 6 by way of KO, 5 losses to his name. Wearing the black shorts, weighing in 8 stone, 2 pounds, 6 ounces. Please welcome a former European champion from Liverpool, Ryan Farrag. And moving across the ring into the blue corner, a former world title challenger, also weighing in 8 stone, 2 pounds, 6 ounces, and tonight he wears the black and yellow shorts. 10 wins, 4 by way of knockout, 2 losses, 2 draws. Please welcome from East Ham, by way of Kabul, Afghanistan, Kaisy Kadhemi. Your referee, Mr. Reese Carter, will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Right, gents, we've already spoken, you know what I expect. Keep it clean, listen to me, and defend yourselves at all times. Good luck, shake hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the vacant Commonwealth Super Flyweight Championship.
Scheduled for 12. The Commonwealth Super Flyweight title on the line. Kaisy Kadhemi in the yellow and black. Ryan Farrag in the black. Farrag just taking the centre of the ring in these opening stages. Kadhemi looking for a long right hand, not sure it really got there, and then a left hand came back from Farrag, which did score.
Kadhemi just happy to be on those ropes, dancing around the ring at the moment.
Really is just keeping that distance. Right hand into the body there from Farrag. Little feint there from Farrag. He looks for that overhand right, and I think he did land it. Maybe not absolutely clean, and as Kadhemi was kind of bundled over, he was close to touching down. I don't think it would have been called a knockdown.
No, it was more of a pull around, wasn't it, there? Almost put his hand out just for that bit of balance.
But that was quite dangerous from Farrag. He stepped in, got low, threw that over the top. Kadhemi every now and again kind of sorties in and looks for something to the body. A shake of the head there from Farrag, but it's the Liverpudlian who has landed the more impressive looking shots in this opening round, and there's the left hook right on cue.
Yeah, really nice left hook there from Farrag, but Kadhemi took it in his stride, still dancing around.
Doubles up on the left hand. The second one I think got through there from Kadhemi. Farrag's got a little bit of a swagger about him here.
I'd like to see Kaisy just throw that jab out a bit more, make Farrag think of something, but as I say, that nice little flurry there, 1-2 hook.
Landed the left hand, they're just engaging a bit more towards the end of the round here, Kadhemi. Smiling at Farrag. He looks to step into a left hand of his own. Had a better final minute of the round, Kadhemi. The first 2 minutes, I would say, went to Farrag. Decent opener. Just on the simmer as we get to the belt.
What have we here? Two naughty boys come to play without their mummy.
I asked them who they're with. They won't tell me anything.
Well, that's a shame. I guess we'll have to talk to them, won't we? Ken, go fetch our cauldron and a furry friend. I'll have some fun with this pair.
So there's that right hand there from Kaisy that came in, and Farrag there, they both kind of went for that big overhand right, but Farrag getting the better of that with Kadhemi sort of missing him, but Farrag getting it on target.
It's a good opening round, that. An interesting round, wasn't it? Because he kept it right on the outside for the first 90 seconds at least there, Kadhemi, and it's not the best look, is it, when you kind of do that? It makes you look a little bit fearful almost, and I think Farrag kind of bought into that a bit, and then in the final minute, Kadhemi got more involved.
Definitely, it was almost negative moving around. He seemed comfortable, but it definitely played more into Farrag's favour.
Right hand there from Farrag as Kadhemi came in. The referee was right in our way, so difficult to see how clean it landed, but he is looking to try and time that overhand right every now and again, Farrag, when Kadhemi does close in, because the pattern of this so far is Kadhemi's happy enough to do this, but then he will close the gap nice and quick and throw on the way in. Strong right hand from Farrag, catches him as he's coming forward there. He needs to be careful, Kadhemi. He's not really looking to set it up when he rushes in, is he? He's just kind of rushing in.
He's almost thrown from out of range and lunging forward. I'd like to see that feint first, or that little set, that trigger with the jab before he gets in, get his feet there. Nice choppy right hand there from Kadhemi. As he comes forward, he threw a bit more with it rather than just lunging in.
They're raiding missions, these, Kadhemi, but he's providing enough of them. This is the plan, you can see that. Right hand into the body there from Farrag. That kind of shot's going to be key for him, I think. With Kadhemi coming in the way he is, it'll be tempting for Farrag to feel like he can time him sweetly to the head on the way in and knock him out. But when you've got somebody doing this, the more he can pin him to the body, the better. There's that overhand right he's looking for again there, though, Farrag.
Kadhemi's got very loose hands. See there, that sort of lunge through, set it up, feint the jab to the body. Bit better, just like that, just as you say. He got that jab to the body and then came over the top with the right. But you've just got to be very wary that Farrag's going to be throwing afterwards. Got to keep those hands tight. But
there's that tight overhand right again from Farrag, just thrown in that nice shallow arc. For a few seconds there, Kadhemi took the centre of the ring. He's looking to get more in the middle now and try and trade with Farrag, maybe getting a little bit frustrated with how things were going for him, working that kind of outer clock face. And it's been a good round, it's a good competitive round, but for me, again, Farrag has just had the final say in most of these exchanges.
I feel Kadhemi, as the round's been going on, he's been looking more comfortable in there. Just as I say that, he gets caught by Farrag with that overhand right. Again, it's landing all night at the moment, isn't it?
Kadhemi trying to work that jab, but again the uppercut comes in. Farrag, good fight this, as they all have been.
See, there's that those slightly low hands as Kadhemi's coming in. He's getting caught with that looping left and that right from Farrag.
Farrag's a more compact fighter, isn't he?
Yeah, you see everything's a lot tighter. He's throwing when he's more in range. So as soon as he's timing Kadhemi where he's lunging, he's then throwing on that lunge and catching quite a bit of the time.
Lee Wilkins leading that Khademi corner, runs that body shots, Jim down in Crayford. So into the third. Khademi in the yellow and black, Farrag in the black, the vacant Commonwealth Super Flyweight title on the line here.
Farrag taking that centre of the ring again.
And again, Kadhemi at the start of the round here, going back to what we've seen him do at the start of the previous rounds. He's slipping along the ropes, ghosting along the ropes and looking to just step in. Steps into the centre of the ring here, though. I think his natural inclination is more to do this than it is to skirt around the outside. Steps in and looks for that right hand to the body.
I think the work on the ropes this round is much better from Kadhemi. He's feinting and jabbing before he then tries to go for the bigger shots, which is working much more in his favour.
Both just trading off on the inside. Made to miss there, Farrag. Long right hand from Kadhemi. Short right hand on the break there from Farrag. Kadhemi with a couple of decent shots as Farrag was pushed into the corner, and then he just stepped off him and let him out.
That's it, he sort of stepped back too far, almost back to the ropes again. But I feel Kadhemi's got his range there better with Farrag this round. He's setting up that shot a little bit more.
Farrag's found it harder to catch him.
Yeah, Kadhemi's reading that hook really well this one, which is one of the shots he's getting caught with.
Left hand to the body there, but the left hand comes back from Farrag, and Kadhemi every now and again just gets caught a bit tall as he comes in, and Farrag is cute enough to make him pay for that. Very tight round this.
Nice left hook there from Kadhemi, followed by a jab. Nice eye catching as well.
Right hand into the body from Farrag with a decent shot. Looks like overhand. Doesn't quite land it. Wasn't loads that landed clean in that round, was there?
Not really. I felt Farrag's overhand right, Kadhemi's starting to read it. It's just dipping off now to his right, which is offsetting it. You know, it's kind of hitting more the forearm on his glove. But I think that left hook there was the best round, shot of that round for Kadhemi.
Into the fourth we go.
Starting the round much the same. Farrag sort of pushing Kadhemi towards the ropes.
Look for a big overhand right there. Kadhemi missed, swung himself into the southpaw stance pretty much, and then winged off a left hand and chased it in.
So he brought himself kind of back into that orthodox with the left.
That's a cute shot there from Farrag, just steps in with a nice stinging left hook. Long uppercut from Kadhemi, followed, or answered rather, by a right hand from Farrag. Third punch of that exchange scored. They were both short with jabs, and then Kadhemi got through with an up jab. Heads almost coming together on the inside. Midway through round 4 again. Not much to pick in this one. Decent looking jab there from Farrag. I think it was half smothered by Kadhemi. Kadhemi in the centre of the ring there, holding that centre.
Farrag now dancing on the ropes, just avoid. Nice stepping back, avoiding the shots. It'd be nice to see that counter coming through. Lovely uppercut there as he came forwards.
That was a quality shot from Farrag, who maybe himself just stepped off a bit there. And that's what they're both looking to do. They're both looking to get in, get their work off, and then kind of pull back out of range. Farrag trying to get on Kadhemi a little bit, but a nice double jab there from Kadhemi. Long uppercut lands from Kadhemi as well.
It's interesting where Kademi's successful. He's landing the shot and then kind of brings himself back over to the ropes. It's almost stepping off, whereas you'd like to see that second phase through.
The ref is going to have a word with the corner. You are allowed to get involved in the corner in pro boxing. It's a bit of a grey area. You are allowed to coach as the fight's going on, but the referee sometimes will talk to you if he feels you're saying too much. Kadhemi just trying to get on top of Farrag here towards the end of the round. Both of them just setting their feet. The crowd at ringside loving that. Team Kadhemi felt that he made a little bit of a dent there. Kind of hard to tell, really, but it's a strong...
Those swinging shots there from Kadhemi. That was the right hand that Kadhemi started putting that pressure on at the end of that last round.
So into the 5th. And the Kadhemi supporters looking to really try and find their voice here, as they both just step in and throw those right hands. And Kadhemi with the wind in his sails, I think, due to that finish to the 4th round. He's looking to take the centre, which he's not really done at the start of a round up until this point, but he's doing it here.
So a nice double jab, really asserting himself this round, Kadhemi.
Good right hand there from Kadhemi, and Farrag felt that one and steps in and looks to try and let his hands go. He landed a decent left hook in the middle, all of that, Farrag, but when that right hand landed, those legs just stiffened ever so slightly in this corner, and Farrag just looking to try and work his own gloves and landing plenty on Kadhemi there. This is warming up into an absolutely fantastic fight, which is what we've seen right from the off tonight. Kadhemi, though, just stepping in and looking to cuff Farrag around a minute into round 5. Farrag with an uppercut. This is some pace.
You see that big shot really seemed to set Kadhemi's fire light as well. He came straight back with shots of his own, just opening himself up though, getting caught with the big left, which, you know, you need to be really careful. As much as you get caught, you want to hit them back. You've got to make sure you don't leave yourself open again.
Trying to keep that guard up, Khademi, and then just flick that right hand over the top. Does it again there. The guard's a bit tighter. He's getting a little bit lower as he comes in and looks for that overhand. And these are more educated, more intelligent attacks, I would say, from him now. Farrag, though, just looking to fire back.
Yeah, you can kind of see that Kadhemi was just looking for that overhand right every time he went to throw it there.
Leaps into a left hook, but Farrag is keeping things nice and tight, nice and compact. There's that long uppercut again, though, from Kadhemi. He's quite unorthodox in a lot of what he does, whereas Farrag is the fighter with the better technique, you would say, the more textbook technique anyway. Right hand on the inside there from Farrag.
Again, Kadhemi looking for that overhand right, landing that flush uppercut there. Choppy left hook as well on the inside from Kadhemi. Farrag still firing back. It's almost 1 for 1 in those inside trades.
Final few seconds of round 5. Sweat flying at ringside. Right to the body there from Farrag.
Cough if you've got more than a score on you. Good. Right, when you get inside, order 1 large cod and chips, salt, no vinegar. Oh, and a gherkin. Oh. Don't f***ing look at me when I walk away. Half-wits.
Five rounds deep here, and this is tight.
Very much you go, I go there, wasn't it?
And this is a grueler. These middle rounds now, this is where they're locked in that kind of death wrestle almost, where you're probing, you're working, you're looking to try and make that first really meaningful breakthrough. A battle of wills where you're just trying to get the other person to break. We're into round 6, but it's been a hot pace, and that's what we're going to see in these next few rounds, isn't it?
That's it. That overhand right seems to be the one from both fighters in this fight tonight.
Kadhemi just starting this round in more traditional fashion in the context of this fight anyway. Farrag, gloves low, just shakes out that right-hander touch.
Definitely not much in any of the rounds so far.
No, I think that's fair to say. 3-5 rounds, 3-2 either way. I think it's been close enough that I wouldn't say that either one of them's got a significant lead. Right hand into the body there from Farrag. And Kadhemi, who I think has put plenty into these previous 3 rounds, isn't exactly taking a round off here, but the output's just dipped, isn't it?
Yeah, ever so slightly. That aggression from both fighters isn't as much as it has been the last 5 rounds. See there, that little breather, shake of the hands, and then back in.
And this will suit Farrag more. I think this kind of a round where it's about who can just use that shape and pick a few scoring shots better than the other person. He's better equipped for this. Heading towards the final minute, I think Kadhemi needs to show us a little bit more here, or Farrag's going to put this one in his pocket without expending too much effort.
It's that when the fight is on the front foot, you kind of they're dictating, aren't they? They're cutting the ring, they're working for it, so it makes you think they're doing more of the work. which could swing it more in their favour. They might not land any shots either way, but they look like they're doing more.
It's the visuals, isn't it? It's kind of the body language of it. If you've got the middle, you look like the boss, don't you, basically?
That's it.
And in a tight round, that matters. We've got these judges at ringside. You're looking to work out who lands the greater tonnage of more effective punches. But if you struggle on that front, then it's who looks like they're in charge.
It's that ring generalship, isn't it? And if you're trying to push the pace and get the fighter to throw, that is a scoring quantity.
Heavy looking right hand there from Farrag. It was caught on the gloves, but he follows it up with a left hand and then a right uppercut at the end of the round after a little bit of showboating there from Kadhemi. Slightly backfired on him. At the midway stage here, and this has been a very, very entertaining fight. It is up for grabs heading into the final 6 rounds. They've both got plenty of experience down the stretch, so difficult to really make any kind of analysis as to who it might favour when we go deep here.
It's hard to split it between the two. They've both been landing some good shots. They've both come back when they've been caught as well.
He's a good amateur fighter, Farrag. Got to the final of the Elites in 2010. At featherweight, lost to Martin J. Ward. Beat Luke Campbell in the semi-finals. Big scalp. 2 years later, Campbell was an Olympic gold medalist. Turned southpaw there briefly, Kadhemi. Nice reverse 1-2 almost there from Kadhemi. Led off with the right hand, then the left shot through. And again, that kind of right-hand lead just tickled Farrag. Long right hand there from Farrag.
Yeah, a bit more eye-catching there. Kadhemi just stepped back, chin up a little bit. See the head go. Not a big shot, but
he took the sting off it, didn't he? Because, as you say, he was pulling back out, but really easy to see for the judges.
And in these tight rounds, that's something that you don't want to be giving away.
And Farrag just spreading his arms there, saying to Kadhemi, come on, we need to engage a bit more here.
Kadhemi happy to answer. Nice slip uppercut there from Kadhemi.
Just over a minute remaining in round 7. As we've been saying tonight, and anyone who's been here will know, conditions in York Hall are not the same as other places. A hot 12 rounds here is literally that.
Kadhemi seemed to be getting into much more of a stride with that movement this round. You think that sharpness in the legs might have gone a little bit more in the round 7, but he seems to be moving more fluidly this round.
I think he did not quite take a round off the previous round, but he looked like he was slowing up, and it did kind of look like it was an intentional thing. Farrag again there just gesturing to Kadhemi, and Kadhemi right on cue steps in and looks to let his hands go. He's got that awkward octopus-like quality to him sometimes when he steps in. He's all over you from all angles. Farrag finds the uppercut up the centre, and again that's another tight round, another difficult round to score.
Just Farrag still with that overhand right. Like you almost say there, that kind of octopus there. He looked like stepping away, but that southpaw jab was still coming through. Felt like Farrag was getting a bit frustrated in that last round. It needs to be careful of. You don't want to go into a fight and feel frustrated in the rounds. That's when you make mistakes.
They're different schoolings, these two. I mentioned that Farrag was a real good amateur, and you could tell from watching him. Kadhemi had an amateur career, won 22 out of 28, had 3 unlicensed, so he came through a kind of different way, and he can be a bit unpredictable. He's not all that easy to read, but that's what you're up against in professional boxing a lot of the time. I'm sure you found it yourself on occasions as a pro. You'll have encountered people who just do things that they're not really supposed to do.
And that makes it more difficult because it's much harder to read. You know, when something's a bit more textbook boxing, like that amateur style, there's a little bit of a pattern there, you know. You can kind of read what someone's going to do, but when they're coming from nowhere, you just never know.
That's a good example. That's a perfect example. He steps in, crosses his feet, and that right hand becomes a kind of up jab out of a southpaw stance. It's tricky. That's a lovely right hand counter there, though, from Farrag, who's staying tight. He's sticking to his business here. He's not getting wild. He's just looking to try and pick those punches. He's done that pretty well all night. Nice work to the body there from him.
Yeah, like you say, Farrag staying nice and tight, staying disciplined. But Kadhemi just seems to be in a bit more of a flow for me these last couple of rounds, sort of getting really into the fight.
But again, it's Farrag with the middle here, with the centre, as he has been most of the time. Kadhemi just creeping off those ropes. Farrag trying to time the right hand over the top of Kadhemi's left. They liked that at ringside, but I don't think it really landed. Lovely uppercut there from Farrag.
That one snuck right through the centre of the guard.
And again, from the Liverpudlian. Short left hand from Kadhemi. Just caught Farrag as he was on the way out, which will frustrate him because he didn't quite get his feet close enough to pin Kadhemi on the ropes. Well, they both land there, overhand right, but then Farrag with a damaging right to the body and then lands that uppercut again. Final 20 seconds. Farrag looking to step on Kadhemi here and finish strong.
Yeah, nice work from Farrag this round. He seemed like he was getting a bit frustrated there. Nice little uppercut right into the centre of the body. A little bit of a standoff there. There's that uppercut right through the centre of that guard, lifting Kadhemi's head right back, and again there.
Well, this is where it really matters. I was sat at Selhurst Park last Saturday, 8 rounds deep, watching Jack Massey against Isaac Chamberlain, and at that point I reckon it was probably 4 apiece. On my very unofficial card I've got this 4 apiece, and Joe Gallagher just told Jack Massey, listen, this is where it counts now. He didn't talk tactics or technique, he just pulled on his motivational heartstrings, if you like, and said, listen, if you want to win this, you've got to go and get it. And that's where these two are almost.
That's it. It's these championship rounds, and these are the ones that really count.
Kadhemi looking to try and double up on that jab. Everything that lands, or even half lands, get a massive roar at ringside, doesn't it?
That's it. And there's that nice movement and a few shots, slick shots coming from Kadhemi, which the crowd then cheered.
Farrag just managed to thread another uppercut through those forearms a few seconds ago. Short right hand and a left from Farrag. Dips low at the waist there, Kadhemi, and tries to wing that left over the top. That tactic from earlier in the fight where he would spend the first half of the round at least kind of circling around the periphery, that seems to have pretty much gone now.
I feel like that pressure from Farrag to bring him in a little bit, he's getting drawn into that and doesn't mind standing there trading with him now.
It's kind of an ever-decreasing circle, isn't it? Early in the fight he was brushing the ropes. Now he's still moving, but it's just, as you say, he's much more in Farrag's kind of orbit, isn't he?
Ushering him in.
It's like a gravitational pull, which is what Farrag wants, because
it plays into his favour when he's in there. It
absolutely does.
Those uppercuts, now they're getting through and they're landing, and you're seeing it clearly.
Farrag just trying to work over on the far side there into the final minute of round 9. Good combination there from Farrag. There's that right hand into the body again. The uppercut off the back of the 1-2.
Uppercut there from Kadhemi, followed by a straight right hand. That uppercut again, sneaking through three times on the inside. Kadhemi just leaving his head in that centre line.
I like that from the referee too. He just let them work that out there. There was no need to break them apart, but other refs might have done so. So 3 to go.
That uppercut from Kadhemi and then the uppercut from Farrag there, just on the inside. Both of them willing to work when they get in as well. Like I say, it's almost a 1-for-1 every time they do. Not much between the fighters, even still at this point.
No, there really isn't. Really is, and that round we just saw there kind of reminded me of one we had earlier in the fight. I think the 6th where Kadhemi again, I wouldn't say he took it off, because that would be just not quite
just
the right thing to say, but
to breathe. I wonder how much that heat is affecting them in there now, coming into the 10th round.
Well, 9 minutes to go for these two. Conditioning will play a big part here now.
Nice bit of work from both fighters there. I think uppercut from Kadhemi got through, and then on the ropes, uppercut from Farrag, followed by a hook. Nice flurry.
This is good from Farrag. Gets that uppercut through again there and looks for the right hand round the back of the guard.
He's just landing those right hands nicely, where they're eye-catching. They might not be super heavy and necessarily bothering Kadhemi, but they're point scoring and they're visually really eye-catching.
Kadhemi just trying to plant those feet and let those hands go, and he had Farrag up to the ropes there, and then he stepped off him again, and it's almost like both of these two, they don't really want to completely put their foot to the floor and go for that second phase. Farrag though here now maybe looking to try and click through the gears. Looking for the uppercut. Kadhemi trying to cover up. Farrag just finding a touch of space, is working him over now. And this is the first time that we've really seen this. We've seen one of them go for it. really put that pedal to the metal. Kadhemi looking to try and come back. What a terrific fight we've got on our hands here. Midway through the 10th, Kadhemi knew he needed a response. Farrag catches him with a right hand on the way in. And Farrag put a lot into that, but he rolls off to his left, lands a left hook. Everybody on their feet around ringside.
Yeah, crowd really getting behind their man Kadhemi there, helping him through that little bit on the ropes and then spurring him on to come back himself.
Farrag put a lot into that attack, didn't he? It's exactly what I was just talking about. They both seemed a bit reluctant to really just go for it. Long right hand there from Farrag, because this is a 12-round fight and nobody wants to blow a gasket, but sometimes you've got to be brave, haven't you, when you see that opening? And I think Farrag is doing it in this round. He's trying to make a real dent in him.
You've got to take those opportunities when you see them, you know, and when they're there, you've got to believe in that engine, haven't you? You've got to believe in that fitness. You're in the championship rounds. The end is in sight, essentially, so kind of lay it on the table now and put it in those last few rounds.
Farrag just clambering into a left hook there. Nice right uppercut, and he scored that regularly all night long. Kadhemi just picks up that right heel and throws that right hand. We're in for a hell of a final couple of rounds here. And this was that sustained attack, wasn't it?
Nice uppercut through the middle there. Kadhemi having his own there. Here it is. Like you say, Farrag really put a lot of energy in there. Nice pulling that glove away, trying to find an opening.
What I really enjoy about these kinds of fights, where you're getting deep into the fight, resistance levels are lowering, exhaustion levels are going up. It is about how much do you want it, but it's also about who can hold their technique together just that little bit better, punch with a bit more economy and have a bit more left in the tank. Because one really well delivered shot at this stage of a fight can have a massive impact.
That's why no matter how tired you are, it's a lot harder if you let that shape go. You know, if you start getting caught with those shots because you're tired and you're letting those hands go, or you're not moving your head, or you're not moving your feet, you're going to be in for a tougher time than if you stay disciplined, keep the hands there, keep that movement going, those feet going, doing everything that has been working.
Farrag just looking for that right to the body, and for those reasons, I've got Farrag with his nose in front here with a couple to go. But a good uppercut there from Kadhemi. There's been a lot of close rounds in this fight. It's just been a close fight from the very beginning.
I think the fighters know that as well. I feel like Farrag's corner that last round told him it was close, and to go out there and put an impression on the judges.
Well, just an accidental coming together there. Farrag was launching himself forward as Kadhemi dipped at the waist, and the referee, realising that nobody was to blame there, just wipes off both sets of gloves, and away we go. 2 more minutes remaining in a round.
Nice movement from Kadhemi there, just in and out, avoiding the counters.
Neither really landed there. Just cantering in with the feet there, Farrag, dipping under the right hand from Kadhemi. Shows Kadhemi that exit, Farrag, and then collected him with a left, but it wasn't really clean.
So Farrag still very much on the front foot and pushing the pace really in this round.
Not much has landed, so heading into the final minute again, it's one of those rounds where if no one really lands a lot in this remaining 60 seconds, then Farrag is the one who's kind of making the fight more.
Right hand there from Kadhemi landing, and you know the crowd's going, and how much can that be a factor to sway the judges in that round when they cheer for those shots for their fighter.
That was a good little passage there for Kadhemi, 20 seconds or so. 30 seconds remaining in round 11. And like every fight tonight, this has been an absolute treat. Farrag again just stepping away, allowing him to skirt down the ropes and then stepping in and closing that door with the left hand. Right hand there from Kadhemi as Farrag is trying to track him down.
For Kadhemi, where, like you say, not a huge amount has happened, but those more cleaner shots maybe have been coming from the Kadhemi side. Very much back and forth this fight, really hard one to call. I also think it depends what work you like. Do you like that back foot, trying to be more slick, you know, awkward movement, or that front foot pressure building fighter? Be interesting to see how much Farrag can continue that into this last couple rounds.
So 1 to go. They've both just got to pour it all out here. I can't believe that either corner would be telling either fighter, listen, you just need to stay on your feet and you've won this. I would be amazed if that were the case, but we're in our own little bubble here. We don't know how anybody else is seeing this. What we're seeing, or what we've seen, is a really close fight.
I've really liked elements tonight from both fighters, you know.
Just explodes up Kadhemi with that right hand. Right into the body there from Farrag, who is always going to maintain that discipline and that shape. Nice combination there from Farrag. And a good stiff jab from Farrag as well. Just judd at the head of Kadhemi, and Kadhemi's corner and supporters just urging him on. Big overhand right there from Farrag, and again he's just letting his hands go left to the body and look for the right up top. Farrag reaching with that right hand, followed it straight in onto the shoulder. And then works that slight bit of room for the uppercut, but then Kadhemi just pushes off and finds his own range.
And that right hook from Farrag just coming around the corner on that inside clinch. Nice little avoid and come back there from Kadhemi.
And that's why Kadhemi's dangerous and difficult, because he stepped off on the ropes there, looked up, found himself in the southpaw stance and just started punching. An incredibly skillful fighter can do that deliberately. He's not doing it deliberately, but it works though, doesn't it?
It works for him. And he's having a lot of success for it, especially in this round, that change of stance and just throw the shots. And that's going to be really important now in this final round. Making that work for you. See Farrag, that front foot, that pressure. He needs to not rush it too much and get picked off, but still needs to keep that pressure on, which he has done nicely at the beginning of this round.
Farrag had that really good spell just above us in the neutral corner though. Put together some good looking punches as we head into the final 30 seconds. Kadhemi just ditches in that right hand. I think it was mainly blocked there from Farrag, and then steps off. Farrag again just taking those feet with him everywhere he goes. They're always underneath him. You can see why he's won what he's won and how he's been such a good fighter down the years, and why really only very good fighters have beaten him. Final few seconds, and these two will get a great ovation from this York Hall crowd. There goes the bell. Both fighters claim the win. I think with justification. That's another very, very close round. I wouldn't like to say which way this one is going to go. I know that Kadhemi's got a history of draws in big fights. You wouldn't be amazed, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Do you know what? You wouldn't be want to be one of the judges for this fight. It was very nip and tuck, hard to score. It may come down to what the judges preferred in terms of work from each fighter. You just don't know. It's so subjective sometimes. But that pressure of Farrag really worked for him. He was finding that right hand, that rear uppercut. But the movement and awkwardness and slickness from Kadhemi was really giving Farrag those troubles.
It was. I've got Farrag just. I don't score drawn rounds. It's just a rule I have. It doesn't mean other people have to follow that rule. But I've got Farrag 7-5. But there were plenty of close rounds in there. Plenty of close rounds. And you make a good point about how do you work out really who's landed the greater tonnage of effective punches with these two. It's hard because one is a technically correct fighter. Their shots are quite easy to see. The other is switching feet, moving all over the place, long loose limbs. Did it land, did it not land? Hard to tell a lot of the time.
I'll be interested to see what the scorecards are like.
It will. It certainly will. They're being collated by the ringside officials as we speak. Mark Bates, Lee Every, Terry O'Connor, the three judges at ringside. Lee Every on our side of the ring. It can matter what side of the ring you're on. If you come to Boxing Live regularly, you'll know as well that fights can look very different sitting where we're sitting than how they look on TV sometimes. It's strange like that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that those different views that you get of it where we are might not necessarily be how it looks back home.
So Mark Bird is having a good look at the score sheet, taking his time. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for two warriors. After 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecard. We have a unanimous decision. Judge Lee Every, 113-115. Judge Mark Bates, 113-115. Judge Terry O'Connor, 112-117. The winner and now the new Commonwealth Super Flyweight Champion. From Liverpool, in the red corner, Ryan Farrag.
Farrag gets it. Mark Bates and Lee Every had it 7-5 Farrag, which was exactly what I had. Terry O'Connor had it wider. And I can see how it happened, because if you give the close rounds, most of them one way, and there were so many of them, you could end up with quite a wide card. I think that Kadhemi will feel hard done by there, but for me, I think the right man got it, because Farrag was just the cleaner, the slightly more disciplined, the technically better. It was a terrific fight. I would definitely watch it again, but I make those cards from Mark Bates and Lee Every were in line with what I had, which doesn't mean they're right, but that was how I saw it.
Absolutely, it's one of them. That work from Farrag, like you say, there was nip and tuck rounds, but he controlled quite a few of those close rounds in terms of that pressure. As much as neither fighter may have been landing super clean, I say that can be more eye-catching for those judges, where you look like you're doing the work and you're pushing the pace, you're cutting off the ring. Like we said at the start, it can almost look negative, can't it, when the fighter's around the ropes.
And just posing for some photos with that Commonwealth belt that he challenged Marcel Braithwaite for last summer. He didn't come out on the right side of that one, but he's been European champion at bantamweight, and at 36 he's got gas in the tank. Marcel Braithwaite, the British champion, having vacated this belt, he's got a mandatory coming up against Brandon Deord. That's been ordered by the British Boxing Board of Control, but Farrag will want that fight. He will absolutely want that rematch for both of the belts, and he's a good example to everybody, isn't he? 36 years old, and he was at bantam, and he's come down to super flyweight. That's an unorthodox manoeuvre. As you get older, generally fighters will go up in weight, but he's lived a life, isn't he? Clearly.
Definitely, and I think that shows tonight, that experience shows as well. Just that resilience, that know when to dig in. He dug in those championship rounds, if you like. and made them go his way. You know, he had Kadhemi on those ropes and really pressed him.
Okay, here he is with Umar.
Hard night's work. Tough as nails, isn't he, Kadhemi? You know, I felt like I landed some heavy shots in that fight, and you know, he just kept coming. So just respect to Kadhemi.
Yeah, I mean, early on you were having great success, Ryan. Did you just feel like you built on from there and took the momentum into the later rounds?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've had a long time to plan for this fight, and you know, me and my coach, we went in with good tactics, and I feel like I played the tactics out well, and yeah, the fight went to plan.
Absolutely. Agree with the scorecards there as well, right?
I mean, I thought I edged a few more rounds, but I don't know, I'll have to go back and watch it. You know, I mean, I felt the shots I was landing, but I didn't really, you know, I couldn't see the shots he was landing with, so I'll have to watch it back and I'll have a look, but you know, we've got things to work on from that fight, so but yeah, onwards and upwards from there.
Looked like ringside in the middle rounds Kaisy was pulling it back a little bit, but you talked about your experience in the build up to this fight, and that paid evidence, you know, early on and especially later on into rounds to bank you those crucial rounds, and you were correct, that experience won you the fight, I think, tonight.
Yeah, well, I noticed in, like, after the fourth round, I noticed that he was walking around a lot, and I knew, I felt, you know, he's just trying to buy time because he's running out of ideas, but he come in with a little surprise attack, so I had to stay switched on. But yeah, no, I'm happy with the performance, and yeah, no, it's been a long camp, and yeah, I just want to go and see my family now.
I bet you do. Commonwealth champion. Do you want to dedicate this to anyone, Ryan?
Yeah, I'll dedicate it to my boy Frankie. He's when I lost to Marcel last time, he was devastated. He calls it the rainbow belt. So he was like, "You best win it this time, Dad." He's only 4, so it's for you, son.
And just a word on Kaisy as well tonight, Ryan. He's still got a future in the sport, I'm sure you think that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just believe from the start. I thought, I seen Kaisy's last fight. You know, he's in there with a tough fella, and I just thought the fight with me was a little bit too soon. I thought he could have done with another fight in between that to build on it. But yeah, no, he's a tough fella, and you know, he's definitely got some skills. You know, I've had double the fights he's had, so you know, like, experience counts. So you know, he'll take a lot from that fight, as I will. So, but yeah, you know, I hope he carries on. He's a nice fella, and it was a pleasure to share the ring with him.
Ryan Farrag, the new Commonwealth champion, live on Box Nation here at York. Congratulations, enjoy your victory.
Very much, thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, there is Ryan Farrag. We have a new Commonwealth Super Flyweight champion. A thrilling fight. And Alfie Warren, by the way, what a brilliant show it's been tonight. Thank you so much. This has been fantastic. Heartbreak for Kaisy Kadhemi, very much your man. Tell us about this fight just now.
It was close. It was razor thin. It was really razor thin. Terry O'Connor's card, don't agree with that at all. 5 rounds, and I mean, anyway, listen, it don't matter. Either way, I said that at the end of the round, if it went either way, I wouldn't have complained. It was that razor thin. I had a conversation with Gareth just a minute ago, and absolutely right. I think Farrag, you know, studied him, didn't let him take the centre of the ring, and then Kaisy was on the back foot all the time. And then Kaisy was scoring the shots. It was a fantastic fight, but I'd love to run that back again. I thought that was a fantastic fight, which I knew it would be anyway. But, you know, we've run Kaisy back before, we'll bring it back again. It ain't the end of the road for him. He is a TV-friendly fighter, right? And honestly, he gives everybody their money's worth every time he fights. And he's going to be in some good fights. We'll make sure we bring him back. Congratulations to Ryan Farrag. But, yeah, not the end of the road for Kaisy.
Gareth, it was a close fight. It was a brilliant fight. We were sat next to each other after each round. I was pointing at one corner, you were pointing at the other. One of those nip and tuck epic York Hall battles.
Yeah, as we're saying, there's enough in it. I had scored it 7-5 to Farrag, but his footwork, his work rate, what Kaisy does is brilliant. His movement is phenomenal. But if he could step forward more and into the space with Farrag, he could win him. He could beat him. I could see that fight being run back. It was a tremendous fight. As you say, what an atmosphere here tonight. Kaisy Kadhemi's got a great following, and he's just got, I don't think he should walk away from the sport.
Look, I'm sure he won't. Look, Ezra, there's talk about running that fight back. You'd happily watch that one again, right?
100%, man. Kadhemi's always in amazing fights. His last fight I watched here was amazing. This one was amazing as well. But Farrag was just, I think, a bit more relentless with the pressure. The shot selection was a bit better, but it was a great fight from both of them. You know, I personally feel like the right man won. But again, Kadhemi, you got to take your hat off to him, man. He's always in these great fights. He's always putting in 110%.
We've talked about people like Daniel Dubois learning from fights. Kaisy's got to learn from that fight. As you said, he fought that way in his world title fight. He's just got to change things up a bit.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. I mean, the world title fight maybe was a step too far. We got the opportunity at flyweight, went down the weight, and you could tell by the 4th round in the last fight that was his weight. We come back up, but you know, Farrag, you know, he's a big super flyweight. He's a former world champion, former European champion at the weight above. So, you know, listen, no way near the end of the world. He'll be back on this channel. He'll be back in good fights. I'm telling you, he gives everyone their money's worth. And I'll be speaking to his management team, Ryan, and all that. I think that's worth running back, worth coming back to watch that. I think more people will tune in, more people will come out here to watch that fight again. But, you know, tonight's been fantastic tonight. 50-50's been brilliant. You know, Karim Aegis and Bradley Wiggins. I mean, Kurt Wiggins, sorry, not Bradley Wiggins. That's the
You called him that twice this week.
He's won a few gold medals. I know. I'm not sure he's fighting because he's fast, that's right. Anyway, it's too fun. No, so Kurt Wiggins and Karim Aegis, that was fantastic. That was put in the last minute. We made that the last minute. Karim come up away, done his hand, but I want to run that back again. Lloyd Farington looked brilliant in the 50-50 fight. We've got Kane Morgan just about to come out, another 50-50 fight. It's been a fantastic night, but heartbreak from our man Kaisy.
Heartbreak for Kaisy Kadhemi, but we still have one more fight. You are getting your money's worth tonight, although it is free. Enjoy our final fight of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring, from London by way of Hungary and Ukraine, Istvan Huseni.
This is a professional debut for Istvan Huseni. He was a good amateur. Boxed in the European under-22s a couple of years ago. Lost in the quarterfinals to Garen Croft, a good GB fighter. And then in the seniors in Armenia that same year, where he got beaten by a Ukrainian called Yuri Zhakarev, who the year before I saw win gold at the World Youth Sam World Seniors, an absolutely supersonic fighter who somehow hasn't qualified for Paris. But that's the kind of opponents he's been in with as an amateur. So looking forward to seeing what we get from him.
To the ring from St Helier by way of Islington, London, Kane Morgan.
And making his way to the home corner here is Kane Morgan. Fighting out of Islington, one fight so far, one draw. That was 2.5 years ago, back in September 2021. Where he shared 4 rounds with Josh Cook.
And our sponsors, York Barbell, Soppers House, Intelligence and the Power of One. This is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the super welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner, making his professional debut this evening, weighing in 11 stone. And tonight he wears the white shorts. Please welcome from London, by way of Hungary and the Ukraine, Ispan Huseni. And across the ring in the blue corner, with one draw from one fight to his name, weighing in 11 stone, 2 pounds. Tonight he wears the black and grey shorts. Please welcome from St Helier, by way of Islington, North London, Kane Morgan. Your referee is Sean McAvoy. He will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, lads, 6-round contest. Keep it clean at all times. Keep yourselves protected at all times. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
It's Huseni in the white. That's him there. The Cobra up against Kane Morgan. Boxing out of Times ABC. Caught on the ropes here, Huseni. Morgan let the combination go. Right hand lead there from Huseni. Gets low, flicks it up from the waist. Looks to try and tuck that chin behind his left shoulder. Relies on the reflexes to stay out of the way for the most part. Picks up that front foot. A little bit of showboating from him there. He looks like he fancies himself as a bit of an entertainer here, Huseni. As I said, he's got some ability. He's mixed in some really good company. Just misses with the right hand there, Morgan.
Like to say that entertainment there from Huseni, that almost, you know, looking away as you're throwing a shot and walking away.
Just standing stock still in the centre of the ring. Looking for the jab there, Morgan, who's just sticking to his task here. He's not being distracted by what's going on in front of him. Decent looking combination there from Morgan. Left hook followed by the right hand.
That's it, nice right hand there. Good eye-catching shot from Morgan.
It was to say, he's just stuck to his task here. Huseni looks like he's got some skills, but you need to do enough to win a round, and I'm not totally sure if he has or not.
Yeah.
Good right hand there from Morgan.
Yeah, again, Morgan definitely landing the better shots of the two. Huseni not doing a massive amount this round.
And again, he just steps in and lets his hands go there, Morgan. Short right hand there from Huseni was decent, but he's trying to tuck up on the ropes there, Huseni. It doesn't do a particularly good job of it. He gives Morgan almost a little bit of a wink as he walks back to the corner, but
yeah,
I think the blue corner has won that round, because attacks like this, punches are landing.
That's it. It was eye-catching, pushing the pace, doing more. You know, Huseni not a massive amount shown that round, really. You can be slick, but you need to also do the work off of that. Maybe we'll see that this round.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the trainer's just saying to him there, listen, just settle down a bit. You like to entertain, that's all good. But we just need to do the basics, get our feet close enough. Let your hands go, keep your shape, land. Let's get some rounds in the bank, and then maybe towards the end you can be a bit more expansive. I like that from Morgan. A little bit of a skip himself there. Jab to the chest. That's better from Huseni.
See the sharpness in his shots, Huseni, but Morgan just catching him. He's not able to keep Morgan away, really.
He's happy to commit to his attacks, Morgan. He did it there. He threw a left hook and Huseni slipped it really nicely, but then he followed it with a right hand. And as he's pulling back, trying to tuck that chin behind his left shoulder, he caught him with it. Lots of fighters like to try and do that, but you have to be able to do it, and it's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's one of them. If you do it, you need to be really good at it and counter off it. That's the whole reason you do it. You roll the shoulder and you throw your shot.
And again, he just sets his feet there, Morgan, and just sends the punches in, heaves them in. Uppercut on the inside there from Huseni. And a sharp-looking jab. Nice 1-2 from him. And this is warming up nicely.
That's definitely better. Could be a slow burner, this one.
That's good from Huseni off the ropes. And then just shoulders his man off. Nice short little shots. Keeping the distance. Showing his skills there. Has a little bit of a look outside of the ring.
Yeah, a lot of work from Morgan, but not a lot landing. Most of it was kind of air, and they say that Huseni countering off it, which is nice to see.
Some nice body work there from Huseni. A left hand came back from Morgan, but when he just busies up these hands, Huseni finds the angle and just concentrates on what he's doing on the person in front of him. He does look a good fighter.
Definitely, you can see he's enjoying himself in there, and he's picking it up a lot more in these last sort of 30 seconds, a minute of this round.
But there's that long right hand, followed by a left there, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, because he's got his back square to the ropes there. He fancies his ability to use his reflexes, tuck up, use that shoulder roll.
That's it.
But he's not always able to do it.
No, and the shoulder's not up, the hand's low. You need to be able to move off those ropes. You can't stay there in that position. You're not going to move back anymore, and that's why you got caught.
Good finish around there from Morgan. Huseni dominated proceedings before that, you would say, but that's exactly where he doesn't want to be, because, as you say, he's got nowhere to go there.
I felt like we saw a bit more from Huseni that round, but Morgan did more work for me.
It's set up nicely, this, though. 2 rounds in, 4 to go here. Been a good night at York Hall. Really good night. Lots of good performances. Good matchmaking.
Nice sharp jab from Huseni there.
Just plants it out. No real tell to it either. Flicks it up from the waist. Uppercut there from Huseni was a good shot. Caught Morgan on the way in. Morgan trying to bring the energy and the tempo. I think he knows that a couple of phases of attack is maybe what you need against Huseni. Was there a clash of heads in there? And that's why the referee has called a halt. A little bit of damage somewhere possibly. He just stepped off, didn't he, Morgan, and worked his jaw a touch.
Yeah, both fighters winced a little bit in that one.
Because what you know with Huseni is if you can drive him back to the ropes, then that's where you want him, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. He can't use that little lay back or shoulder roll. He kind of stays there a bit too square on those ropes.
Right hand was maybe slightly around the back, but nothing to get too excited about, I don't think, heading up towards the midway point of round 3.
Huseni putting his hands together a bit more now this round. It's nice to see. You can see that skill set there.
Heads almost coming together again there. As he stands square and just looks for those uppercuts slightly off the straight. And just looking to hold on a little bit on the inside there, Huseni, on the blind side of the referee. A lot has been thrown in this third round. And we've still got 50 seconds remaining. Trading right hands. Then Huseni sets his feet.
Nice,
good right hand.
right.
Just causes him to take a bit of a stumble. But when your opponent takes a stumble, my advice would be move forward across the ring towards him rather than back off and imitate him.
I 100% agree. Very interesting style.
And Sean McAvoy just had a quick word with him about that. I remember Sean officiating one of Ben Whittaker's earlier fights, 2-3 fights ago, I think, that I commentated on, and he's attracted a lot of headlines with his style.
He's getting caught maybe a little bit too much by doing that style, though.
Yeah,
Huseni,
I would agree.
For me, I feel like if you're going to do it, you really need to not get caught.
That was nice from him, though, on the ropes. It worked for him that time, just slipping and sliding. It's funny, though, he strikes me as the kind of fighter, Huseni, who probably thinks he's winning this fight easily. It's probably not the easiest job for the trainer in the corner to maybe try and make him understand that he's just giving too much away here. He could be winning it, but equally he could be losing.
Yeah, it's just that amount of work for me. You need to put those shots together that little bit more. A bit more of that would be nice to see. You can see he's got quick hands, you can see he's got quick reflexes, but I want to see more boxing with it, less of the showiness, more of the boxing side.
So into the second half of the fight here. Isfan Huseni, the Cobra, in the white. Kane Morgan in the black. Morgan, I think, just caught Huseni as he was on his way forward with that right hand. I don't think there was anything too damaging about it. And Morgan again just trying to trap him on the ropes here. Huseni finds a way out.
Nice counter there from Huseni. That's a bit better work there. That's what you want to see. And again, those good reflexes. That's it, a move. Lovely work. That's what we want to see.
Nice pullback right hand, and then just stepped off to his right hand side. Good
That's
combination. Right hand into the body and then went up top. Nice and loose. Long right hand there, though, from Morgan.
It's those low hands, he's sort of staying, almost if he's switching off from it slightly then, just getting caught.
Morgan just trying to make Huseni work every second of the round, because he knows that there'll be times where he'll look to try and nick a little breather. He's somebody who fights in bursts quite often. Well inside the final minute of the round.
Nice little quadruple jab there.
Just as Morgan hesitated, he was quick just to use that lead hand, and again he lands that left as he's backed him up to the rope, so he's not managed to do that as much, Morgan, since we last picked up on it.
But when he does, he is still landing those shots. And again, nice flurry from Huseni there. That's better, that movement off the ropes and throw the shots. And he caught Morgan. You can see he's enjoying himself, he's obviously having a good time. I'd just like to see more of the boxing side and that, with the slickness still, but throw off it, that's what you want to see. That's what makes it look really good.
Yeah, there's absolutely something there, isn't there? There's definite ability there. As I said, he's boxed in the European seniors, and that's a high level. What's next for you anyway? I've not asked you and we haven't got too long left.
July 27th, I'm out on the O2 show, Joyce Chisora. Get that ring rust off since from December.
And then see if you can home in on that WBC World title fight against Sky Nicholson, who I saw down at ringside last week. So 2 to go here. Can we have a big finish? It would be fitting because we've had a really good night. Seen some terrific fights. And this has been a decent watch as well.
Nice slip and uppercut there from Huseni. I feel like this round started off much higher tempo than the other rounds have.
Short left hook there from Huseni. Nice right hand into the body as well. And a left. Hook and the right hand were mostly blocked by Morgan.
Good 1-2, solid 1-2.
When he puts them together, he really does look good. And this is his pro debut, and he's gone straight into a 6-rounder, and it's been a decent pace this too, so that's worth mentioning. Not everybody does that.
No, definitely. It's like I say, you see that skill set there. Blood around the nose of Kane Morgan now.
And when you're launching a career, when you've come to the country from overseas, you're not going to sell tickets. It's going to be a difficult job. And that's why Kane Morgan is in the home corner for this fight. So you need something different, don't you? You need to appeal to people. You need to excite the crowd. You need to give them a reason to want to watch you. And, you know, there is a reason why you would want to watch this guy.
And I think that's what he just needs to do, is show that little bit more. You see there's that spiciness is there.
Into the final 30 seconds of round 5. This scheduled for 6. Quite a decent amount of blood coming from that nose. Good combination there again from Huseni, who sinks into the ropes that time, but does it in order to find that little bit of space. Throws that right hand, rolls off to his right, and he's got better actually as the fight's gone on, hasn't he?
Definitely, which I thought would happen, and I definitely hoped is what was going to happen after that first round. Nice exchange towards the end of that round there as well, but the fighters both avoiding each other's hooks.
They've just had a couple of cotton buds up the nose there of Morgan, just to try and soak up that blood. A little nick on the corner of the right eye, which is not going to be of any relevance with just one round to go. Huseni having a little dance in the corner.
Yeah, he's having fun. It's always nice to see, you know, you want fighters to enjoy their debuts.
So, final round of the night. What has been a very enjoyable night at York Hall. And again, he's sticking to the task here, Morgan. He's trying to keep that shape, throw that jab, look for that right hand, get onto the inside, set his feet, and let his hands go.
Nice comeback there from Huseni. Morgan definitely gets, once he gets on that chest and lets his hand go, it works for him.
Nice long right hand there from Morgan. He was just pulling back there, Huseni, so he took the sting off it.
But you could hear it, couldn't you, ringside? It was still a good shot.
But again, it's been a very lively pace to this fight from the beginning, really. The two fighters who've absolutely both come to win here. We have had some opponents on the card tonight, but they've given us good value. You look at the shift that CJ Wood put in against Frankie Davey. That was above and beyond, really. Barabash fancied the job against Jack McGann, as did Trevor Palmer against Lloyd Farington. The matching has been spot on, really.
Been a very good night tonight. What a show to have your debut on as well. I like those sly little slip and uppercuts that Huseni throws.
There's a good right hand there, though, from Morgan. Set his feet for that one. Fancied himself to have done a bit of damage there, I think, and really looks to try and get on Huseni, who I think soaked it up pretty well, actually, into the final minutes. Nice combination from Huseni, but Morgan just continues to come forward, trying to finish strong. He'll feel that he could have taken a couple of those early rounds. Huseni has done some slick work in 3, 4 and 5, but that if he can win this final round, Morgan, then who knows? And I wouldn't say he's all that wide of the mark there, potentially.
He's struggling a little bit towards the end of this round, Morgan. You can see he's heavy breathing. Maybe he can't breathe out of his nose very well at the moment. He's bleeding.
Just being roared on here, both of these two, by the fans who've remained in attendance at York Hall. There goes the bell, a touch of gloves. And a good way to finish a competitive fight right from the start. Huseni has done enough to win that fight, and he's got something, hasn't he? He's got some ability, he's got some confidence, that's for sure. There's something to really work with there And on a professional debut, to go straight into a 6-rounder, into a competitive fight, as we were saying, not everybody does that, so I will look out for him with interest.
Yeah, he finished that round off really nice. Definitely an interesting fighter. Lots of confidence. And as you can see, he's got good ability. I would just have liked to have seen more of that shown tonight. I feel he was maybe taking it all in his stride a bit and just having fun in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee scores the contest 58 points to 56. The winner in the red corner from London by way of Hungary and Ukraine, Ispan Huseni.
Over the
Ladies
6.
and gentlemen, a round of applause for the brave, gallant Kane Morgan.
Which was exactly how I saw it. I thought he did some good work at the start of the fight, Morgan, didn't he? Huseni, as you say, was all flash and not enough dash in the early stages, and probably dropped a couple of those rounds for that reason. Then, as he shed a bit of ring rust possibly, I don't actually know when the last time he boxed competitively was. It could have been a while ago.
Yeah, those first couple of rounds he didn't do probably enough to maybe get them, but like I say, that skill set shone through, didn't it? And it'd be interesting to see his career progress.
It will be. It will be. Get him back out as quick as they can, I think. That'll be the right thing to do. It's the right thing for everybody early in a pro career. It's not always that easy, but he's shown that he's happy to take competitive fights from the off, because Morgan absolutely fancied his chances of winning that. So I will be interested to see what we will get from Mr. Huseni. And as I say, coming over to the UK, trying to build a fan base, all that kind of thing, it's real graft, the early stages of a pro career. There are so many things that people don't often realise. It's a business as well as a sport. He may well have made no money tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But this is what he wants to do. He wants to try and make an impact, and
it's
the very
tough when
best
you
of luck
start
to him.
out. It's tough
hard.
when you start out, and you've got to have something different about you as well, haven't you? You can't really be the same as everyone else, because then you end up just in that pool. You need to stand out in this game.
Okay. He's just making his way down to ringside. Ukrainian flag in hand. Just handing that over to one of the team. Okay. No, he's going back in the ring. Umar waiting patiently over by that red corner. Just getting that sleeveless robe on.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Here he is, down ringside, finally, with Umar.
Just it's fine. Joined by Ishwan after his professional debut. Happy with that performance here at your call?
Very happy. Thank you everyone who support me, who watch me. Thank you very much.
You seem very emotional right now.
Yeah, I'm very emotional. It's my debut. I was waiting like 1 year of license and half year I'm looking for the gym, and I thank you everyone who support me, who give me opportunity. Boxing Board of Control, Warren, Boxing Management, Steve, Bill, Paul, everyone, thank you very much. Thank you.
Happy with those 6 rounds tonight. I saw some showboating as well in there. You having fun?
Yeah, I was very feel. I was very feel. And 6th round is my first fight.
I was thinking my debut will 4 round, but it's alright. You saw 6 round. I can do it. I can do more.
Look forward to it next time. Congratulations on the win. God bless. Back to you.
Well, what a night. What a night it has been here at York Hall. Another great performance there. A debutant picking up a win, as so many have over the years, and delighted to be joined by Sonny Warren. But Gareth, I've got to come to you first here. You have been coming to this venue since half the fighters were probably in nappies. How does tonight rank a great night?
Yeah, 1990 I first started coming here, but I think if I was picking a few things out tonight, a brilliant atmosphere in here tonight. Delighted to be here and be involved. Kurt Wiggins, his comeback against Karamages after going down twice in the first round, 10-7 down in that first round, battling back for a draw. 4 3-minute rounds between the super bantamweights. They'll fight each other at 8 rounds, 12 rounds, in the title fight. Jack McGann, perfect liver punch to come back and regain his self-belief, which he didn't seem to have in there first of all. And a brilliant performance by Ryan Farrag, rightfully I think 7-5 in rounds, a winner against Kaisy, who had all the support here, the partisan support, the raucous support, but he'll come again.
He certainly will. And Ezra Taylor, you'll be coming again soon. I saw you literally just scratching your knuckles, itchy knuckles tonight. I bet you enjoyed yourself.
Very itchy, man. Like you were saying at the start, it's something in the air, man. This has been an amazing call. I can't lie to you. If I do say so myself, it's probably the best York Hall show that I've seen. And I fought here. I've been here myself. And I'm giving over the crown to you guys, because it's been amazing, man. It's been great fights.
Well, let's hear from one of the men that made tonight happen. Obviously, listen, heartbreak on the Kaisy Kadhemi front, but what a night, Sonny.
I think it's been a spectacular night. I think this has been a proper, traditional York Hall fight night and a great addition to the Box Nation. I mean, Box Nation is back with a bang. Started in Liverpool, but we've come here with a belt up. I mean, we started off, we've had Newman Hussein coming back from a draw with a win, and then Courtney Bennett, first stoppage, and second stoppage, sorry. And then that fight with Kurt Wiggins and Kareem Aegis. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd love to see that again. That has to happen.
And again, and again, and again, please.
Again. I mean, look, that had everything in it. Kareem hurt his hand the first round. He put him down twice, hurt his hand. Probably could have gone on to stop him, but look, he's a professional. Both of them took that fight within 3 days' notice. So you could got to give appreciation to them. Lloyd Farington, I thought, done a great performance. We've just seen Ishvan in there. Very, very avoided fight, and now you can see why. I mean, Kane Baker is no mug, and he's just giving one hell of a ride there.
Kane Morgan isn't either.
Kane Morgan isn't a mug either, yeah. And then, obviously, the main event. Look, we're upset for our man, but for me, that is a York Hall fight. You could hear the crowd roaring, just everything about that fight. I thought it was a bit closer, but again, it's my fighter, so everyone would think it's a bit closer. But all in all, the night was a total success, and we was happy with everyone involved, and we just want to thank everyone who's out there to watch, and hopefully you tune into the next one.
Brilliant stuff. Well, we want to thank you. I want to thank you, Gareth A. Davis. You've been brilliant tonight. I've seen perhaps too many chest hairs for my liking. Ezra Taylor, classy as ever. Looking forward to your return on July the 20th. And thank you for joining us. I was going to say, I hope you've enjoyed it. I know you've enjoyed it. That was a classic. That was worthy of any Box Nation night at York Hall. It's 2024, by the way, and we're still doing this. We'll see you next time. Good night.